Happy Friday, Canada. Welcome back. It's day 2 here at the 2020 World Paracycling Championships in Milton. One of the greatest legacy of the 2015 Pan Am and Para-Pan American Games, and probably one of the greatest sporting facility in the country. It's my first time here and I'm enjoying my time, and I'm actually in the VIP section. Right now it's quite quiet, it's early morning. However, tonight I'm hearing special guests, VIPs, the Parliamentary Secretary, great friend of the sporting community, Adam Van Covenden, will be here for the opening ceremony. But that's going to happen later tonight. And yesterday was an amazing day for Team Canada. We won our first gold medal, came from Kate O'Brien. She has an incredible story. She is an Olympian in cycling from Rio. She was in a cycling accident in Calgary in 2017. Yesterday was her first para event and she won gold in a world record. So remember that name, Kate O'Brien. You're going to hear more about her later this week and potentially in Tokyo and the next Paralympic Games this summer. Alors aujourd'hui, on a une grande journée. On a plusieurs athlètes en action. On a ce matin Ross Wilson qui prendra part au 1 km contre la montre dans la catégorie C1. Hier, ça a été un peu plus difficile pour Ross Wilson. Il a malheureusement pas été écarté des rondes de finale et également de retour sur la piste. On a Tristan Chernov qui sera également au 1 km dans la catégorie C2. Et également, ça a été un peu plus difficile pour Tristan Chervon hier. Alors, on espère qu'aujourd'hui, ça sera une meilleure journée. So today in action this morning, there's lots of Canadians on the track, but this morning we have Ross Wilson in a 1 kilometer time trial and also Tristan Chernov also in the 1 kilometer time trial in the C2 category. Both yesterday had a difficult day, so hopefully they will have a great day on the track. They are multiple medalists from the last Paralympic Games, so this will hopefully build confidence leading up to the Tokyo Paralympic Games. Alors aujourd'hui, on est une journée assez intéressante. On est dans la zone VIP et on attend environ 70 invités ce soir, dont le député qui est un ami de la grande famille du sport au Canada, Adam Van Covenden, qui fait partie du gouvernement. Il sera ici et c'est la cérémonie d'ouverture officielle qui aura lieu ce soir ici pour les championnats du monde de paracyclisme. So stay tuned, more action here for Team Canada and all the international athletes. It's day 2 at the 2020 World Track Cycling Championship.
They are now at over 57 kilometers an hour. This is a sensational ride for the team from Spain.
Yes, they want to get their title back that they had in 2017 on the individual pursuit. And right now, with 3 laps to go, they have an advantage of 2.902 seconds in front of the other Spanish team. So right now, the Spanish delegation must be really happy having the 2 best time reference. And as we see, the Irish team still in 5th spot right now with 3 laps to go.
Three laps to go now for Avilia Rodriguez. Oh, excuse me, 1 lap to go for the Spanish team.
Oui, dernier tour à faire pour l'équipe de l'Espagne, mesdames, messieurs. Ils sont en avance avec 1,85 centièmes de seconde. Here they are, Steve, finishing their pursuit.
Welcome to day 2 of the 2020 Para Cycling Track World Championships at the Mattamy National Cycling Centre in marvelous Milton, Ontario. I'm Steve Fleck alongside Audrey Lemieux, and we are very pleased also to have roaming reporter Benoit Huot, who will be giving us live updates from the infield throughout the day. We're midway through qualifying here for the men in the tandem pursuit qualifying, and a warm welcome to the audience on CBC and Flow Sports tuning in on the live stream to watch the action here again at the 2020 Para Cycling Track World Championships. And just coming out onto the track right now, you folks who are just tuning in on the live stream will be in for a real treat. One of the big favorites here in the men's tandem pursuit qualifying coming out onto the track. The team from Netherlands, Vincent Terschuur, and his pilot Timo Fransen. There they are. They will set up on the home straightaway. And just coming out now on the back straightaway, there's their bike. There are their coaches getting the bike all set up. It is the current world record holders in this particular event, Stephen Bate and Adam Duggleby, the pilot from Great Britain. There are the Dutch riders. And the team from Great Britain getting set in and ready as well. Very shortly they will be under starters' orders. And we will get going, and this should be a great race here. Heat number 7 of 8 in the men's tandem pursuit qualifying. 4 kilometers, 16 laps in total. And it looks to be a good start for both of the teams, as we've been talking about, Audrey, getting these tandem bikes up to speed, a very tricky task from the starting gate. It looks a lot easier than it really is in real life. You've done it once or twice yourself.
Yes, exactly. Steve, as I was a pilot, it is very important to communicate well with the stalker, the person on the back of the tandem. And as you saw, you have to be really synchronized, especially in the start, so you can push the same power in the same time together as a unit, even if you are 2 on one bike.
And both teams moving along well early on here in the round. There are the Dutch riders, of course, wearing their characteristic orange racing kits. And the split screen there, you can see them coming by the pursuit timeline and where they are positioned. Interesting enough, both these teams, Audrey, a little bit behind on time here, but it's still early on in the 4-kilometer effort. A little over 11 laps to go at this point.
Yeah, it is still early, and as for the Dutch team with Vincent Terschuur, piloted by Timo Fransen, they were 4th in the individual pursuit last year, and they are also a Paralympic champion. They were triple medalist in Rio 2016. They have a lot of experience together. They know how to pace themselves. And as for the Great Britain team, they were the world champion in the individual pursuit back in 2018. So they will be certainly a rider to watch in this event. And the Dutch team just won their first gold medal of the World Championship yesterday in the tandem team sprint final.
And it's worth noting that the team of Bate and Duggleby from Great Britain are the current official sort of world record holders in this event, 408.146. And they're a little bit off of that pace here, and they're still back of the reference time that has been set by Spain early on in qualifying. Good news for Team Canada. Lowell Taylor and Ed Veal, they're still sitting in 3rd. and an automatic qualification spot through to battle for the medals, at least a bronze medal, at least for now, Audrey.
Oui, exactement, Steve. Alors, l'équipe du Canada composée de Lowell Taylor et Edville sont maintenant en troisième position. On le troisième meilleur temps de référence. Et présentement, les deux équipes qui sont en place sur la piste avec 5 tours à faire ont présentement le deuxième et le troisième meilleur temps. Donc, la Grande-Bretagne, présentement, deuxième meilleur temps virtuel. Et l'équipe des Pays-Bas, troisième meilleur temps virtuel, 4,5 tours à faire. So this is going to be a tight one, Steve, as Great Britain just took the lead with 4 laps to go.
Yeah, Adam Duggleby, the pilot, I saw him on the shot there. There he is, head on. Look at that. His mouth is open. The teeth are gritted. He's breathing hard, pushing the bike as hard as he can. Nice unison movement there with Stephen Bate, the stoker, in the back. And they have now moved into the lead, the virtual lead overall in qualifying, and are ahead of the Dutch team, as you can see on the track.
Yes, Bate has climbed the rock face 3 times, including also a solo ascent of Odiak, becoming the first visually impaired person to achieve this. So it is very impressive. Here they are, still in the lead with 1 lap to go, Steve.
It is close with the Dutch, though. The Dutch making a late surge here in the final laps. Great Britain, though, has this in hand. Here they come up to the finish line. And the clock stops for both teams, and it will be a time of 4:11 for the team from Great Britain, Stephen Bate and his pilot, Adam Duggleby, and the Dutch team, Vincent Terschur and his pilot, Timo Frantzen. They will record a time of 4:12, so they go 1-2 here in the Heat 7 qualifying round.
Exactement, Steve. Alors, comme vous pouvez le voir à l'écran, le nouveau temps de référence appartient à la Grande-Bretagne avec l'équipe composée de Stephen Bate et Adam Duggleby avec un chrono de 4 minutes 11 et 14 centièmes. Deuxième meilleur temps appartient aux Pays-Bas. Le troisième meilleur temps appartient à l'Espagne, Ignacio Avila Rodriguez et Johan Font Bertoli. Alors, présentement, l'équipe du Canada, composée de Lowell Taylor et Edville, sont présentement au 5e meilleur temps de référence, ce qui les exclut malheureusement pour la finale de la médaille de bronze, puisque les 2 meilleurs temps iront en finale pour l'or et les 3e et 4e meilleurs temps iront en finale pour la médaille de bronze.
Oui, c'est ça. Malheureusement pour Taylor et Ville, they've been pushed back to 5th spot now, so they will sit there and await what happens here, but that's a great time for the two Canadians. A new pairing here, Lowell Taylor, the great Lowell Taylor, paired up with his new pilot, Ed Ville. So now back to action on the track. This is the final heat, heat number 8 in the men's tandem pursuit qualifying. 8 heats in total. That is the team from Poland coming out onto the track right now. They're just awaiting the team from GB, the number 1 ranked team here on time so far. And it is Marcin Polak and his pilot, Mikel Ladzos from Poland, getting onto the bike. And then on the back straightaway, there they are, the second team from the Netherlands. And anything cycling related or speed skating related, the Dutch, of course, are always super strong at both of those sports. It is Tristan Bangma in the back and his pilot, Patrick Bos, on the front, the pilot. Big, strong strokes from all 4 riders as they get the machines away from the start gate, that pneumatic start gate that holds the bikes upright and then releases at the instant the clock starts timing.
Yeah, as the Dutch team was already sitting back on the saddle, we just saw the Polish team, they prefer to stay standing for a little bit longer to get a bit more speed off the start. And as we are seeing right now, the gap, so this is going to be pretty close. So this is going to be two very strong teams that we're going to have to watch. Marcin Polak and Michał Ladocz from Poland, they are the defending champion in the individual pursuit, so they're definitely going to try to accomplish that again this year. And as for the team from Netherlands, they were fourth last year in this event.
Well, this will be great for Bangma and Boss if they are able to get a good spot here. They are currently sitting third. The team from Poland, there they are. They've virtually moved into the lead in qualifying. And look at that head-on shot when they come around the turn there. The legs moving in unison, the heads all lined up, the stoker and the pilot, all kind of one unit moving along the track, Audrey.
Yeah, this is very impressive. As you can see, the Polish team, the stoker on the back is not moving at all. There is zero movement on his upper body. He's just pushing the big watts, the power, and look at the aero position that they worked on. And it's the same for the Dutch team. As you can see, the arms of the stoker is under the saddle, and they are just trying to be as compact as possible to just have the best aero position possible.
Just for a point of reference, they're moving along the track. For those watching on the stream, you can't get a sense of the speed probably when you're watching on a computer monitor or wherever you are watching, but they're moving along at nearly 60 kilometers an hour, Audrey.
Impressive.
57.8 kilometers an hour, the current average speed for the team from Poland, Marcin Polak and Michał Ladocz.
Alors, mesdames, messieurs, donc les deux équipes présentement en place, l'équipe de la Pologne qui inscrit présentement le meilleur temps de référence, ce sont les champions en titre de la poursuite individuelle. Ils ont gagné l'année dernière cette épreuve. Et pour l'équipe des Pays-Bas, Patrick Boss et Tristan Bangma, ils étaient quatrième l'année dernière à la poursuite individuelle. On les voit présentement à l'écran, très aérodynamiques. Ils sont maintenant troisième. They are currently sitting in the third virtual spot right now, the Dutch team, as we see the Polish team. What a great performance right now with 4.875 advantage on the other team.
Yeah, they are just rocking and rolling here, Audrey. The team from Poland. It's been a breakout year for Poland in track cycling, be it able-bodied or paracycling. The fact that they hosted the UCI World Championships last year, I think, has been a big shot in the arm to track cycling generally in Poland. The able-bodied counterparts to the para team here, they won the World Cup team points competition on the World Cup track cycling circuit that just wrapped up last weekend with the World Cup, the TISO UCI Track Cycling World Cup in Milton. And there is the pass, the team from Poland, Marcin Polak and Michał Ladocz now coming around. They will hear the bell here on the home straightaway.
Yeah, it is very important for the Dutch rider to stay focused on their effort as they are now battling for the bronze medal final. They are sitting in the fourth spot right now. We heard the bell lap, and this is going to be a great ride for the Polish rider, Steve, and with a world record, Steve. Impressive.
Indeed, a world record here in qualifying in the tandem pursuit, 4:04.966 to the team of Marcin Polak with his pilot Michał Ladocz. And let's not discount the team from Netherlands. They are through in as well.
Alors, mesdames, messieurs, un nouveau record du monde qui vient tout juste d'être établi par l'équipe de la Pologne, Marcin Polak et Michał Ladocz. Quelle performance, imaginez, à une vitesse moyenne de 58,78 centièmes de seconde, 4 minutes 4,96 centièmes. Quelle performance! Donc, ce seront les hommes à battre, les champions du monde en titre de la Pologne. Et nous sommes en attente donc de la dernière vague de ce poursuite individuelle de tandem. Et quant Quant à l'équipe des Pays-Bas, Tristan Bagma et Patrick Boss, ils ont inscrit le 4e meilleur temps avec un chrono de 4 minutes 12 et 98 centièmes.
Oui, absolument, Audrey, and they've readjusted the time. It gets actually even better for the team from Poland. They are going to readjust that time, the new world record, the new standard, down to 4:03.528. And we were a little bit unsure about the timing for the team from Netherlands. They will clock in 4th, so they will advance through to that bronze medal matchup. The team of Tristan Bagma and Patrick Boss, his pilot. Now we go to the team from Ireland. They were the first team off before we came on the stream, Audrey, and they unfortunately, they had a good round of qualification going, but they had a bad crash about 3/4 of the way through their qualification round, and they've been allowed a restart here. So this is the team from Ireland, Damien Verrucker and his pilot, Marcin Mazjewski. And there they are on the track and awaiting their restart. Again, this is a rerun for the team from Ireland, Damien Verrucker and Marcin Mazjewski. It seemed, it kind of happened outside of our field of view, Audrey, when it happened, but I know they went down on the track really hard, and both riders were down on the track for a bit. But it's great to see them back up and having another go at qualifying here.
Yeah, definitely. We are happy to see them back on the track and racing again. So they are looking great right now. Only 4.302 seconds behind the reference time. But as you mentioned, they had this unfortunate crash, and it was just due to mechanical. I think we don't have more information about it, but still, we probably think it was due to that. But right now, with the medical team, they are back on their bike, which is really good news for the rest of the Paracycling Track World Championships.
Yeah, it's never a good thing when we see riders go down. It always sort of gets a bit caught up in the throat when we're doing the commentary. But when they do get back up and on the bike and able to carry on, that is a good point of inspiration, if you will. And Verrucker and Mazjewski here, going reasonably well now.
Alors présentement à l'écran, vous avez l'équipe de l'Irlande, Damien Verrucker et Marcin Mazjewski. C'est une équipe qui ont pris le départ un peu plus tôt en qualification, qui ont malheureusement subi une chute, une vilaine chute qui s'est déroulée un peu après le virage dans la ligne droite. Malheureusement pour eux, on peut penser que c'était un bris mécanique. Alors c'est toujours un plaisir de les revoir de retour sur le vélo. Alors présentement, with 9 laps to go, Steve, they are having the 10th best spot in the virtual classification.
Well, it was unfortunate because they had to ride almost 3/4 of the way through.
Yes.
So they have the effort, not only the trauma from the fall, but they've also ridden 3/4 of the distance. So still probably a bit of fatigue in their legs coming back here and having a second go at this.
Yes, that's a really good point because it was not so long ago that they did this effort. So right now they are looking good. They need to stay focused, and this is a good pursuit that they are doing. Look at this aerial position. position. As we see, the arm of the stoker is just under the saddle of the pilot. And as for Ireland, they are a very powerful team. They know how to work on the tandem team. And also on the women's side, they have the double world champion on the road. The Irish team women, they were so successful. Also the Paralympic champion 2016. So amazing delegation here for our Irish team.
We have a total of 31 countries and 169 athletes taking part. Ireland has 7 riders, the largest contingent from Great Britain, 18 riders for them. Number 2 is the People's Republic of China, and they have been very impressive here, Audrey. The riders from China, 14 in total. The 3rd largest team from the United States, they have 12 riders here at the competition.
Alors pour l'équipe de l'Irlande, vous le voyez, très belle position aérodynamique. Les bras du cycliste à l'arrière sont en dessous de la selle du pilote. C'est très difficile à manœuvrer avec une position comme celle-ci. L'équipe de l'Irlande, c'est une équipe qui est très bonne techniquement pour les tandems parce qu'ils comptent dans leur rang les championnes du monde de 2017-2018 et aussi les championnes paralympiques. Donc l'équipe féminine de l'Irlande with 1.5 laps to go. We are hearing the bell still looking like they're gonna stay in the 10th virtual spot right now. The Irish team.
Just over half a lap to go down the back straightaway. There they are. That's the head-on shot. And they're making their way around that final turn. And we're just happy and happy for them and to see them back on the track. And a good second attempt at this after some misfortune in their first attempt about a half hour ago. So they will end up in 10th overall in qualifying.
Alors c'est la 10e équipe de l'Irlande. Et quant aux équipes qui seront qualifiées, vous allez ils seront opposés à l'équipe de la Grande-Bretagne. Et pour la finale, ce sera 2 équipes des Pays-Bas, Vincent Tescher et Timo Frentzen, qui s'opposera à Tristan Bangma et Patrick Boss. Et bel effort ici à mentionner de l'équipe nationale du Canada, Lowell Taylor et Edville, qui ont inscrit le 7e meilleur temps.
Exactement, Audrey. So battling it out, you just saw the setup on the screen, the final results. It will be Marcin Polak and his pilot Mikael Lados will battle it out for gold and silver against Stephen Bate and Adam Dougley, Poland versus Great Britain in the gold medal match. And then for the bronze medal, the battle for bronze will be between the 2 Dutch teams, ironically enough, Vincent Terschur and Timo Frentzen, his pilot, and Tristan Bangma and his pilot Patrick. As noted, great performance by this new Canadian matchup, Lowell Taylor ending up 7th in qualifying with his pilot Ed Veal. So next event on the track, we move down quite a bit in distance, Audrey. We're jumping down to the 500-meter time trial for the women. This will be C1 athletes to start. And now making her way out onto the track right now from that very strong team that I mentioned from the People's Republic of China. This is Jian Wang Wei. There's a good start for Jian Wang Wei, already a world champion and already the owner of a rainbow jersey here, Audrey, at the meet. She won the 3-kilometer pursuit last night.
Yes, exactly. She's doing a really great job on her start. It is a fast race, only 500 meters, so it's going to be 2 laps. She's already in the bell laps, which means last lap to go. Dernier tour à faire pour la coureuse chinoise Qiang Wangwei.
It's all in for 500 meters. You really are going all out from the get-go here.
Alors, Qiang Wangwei qui a déjà reçu le maillot de championne du monde hier, elle a été couronnée. Donc la voici. Few last meters to go, Steve. She's looking like she's gonna be successful today again.
There is her time, 55.684. And it looks to be another gold medal for the People's Republic of China. Jian Wang Wei will collect another gold medal and another rainbow jersey.
Alors, belle performance ici de la coureuse de la Chine, Qiang Wangwei, qui a fait son 500 mètres contre la montre avec un temps de 55 secondes et 68 centièmes. Une autre médaille d'or et un autre maillot de championne du monde pour la coureuse de la Chine. Quelle belle performance. Alors, on aura l'occasion de la revoir s'élancer dans d'autres épreuves. Qiang Wangwei. Et maintenant, on se dirige dans la classe C2. Alors que nous allons également participer aux 500 mètres contre la montre. Nous allons avoir 9 coureuses qui vont se lancer. So Steve, 9 heat to come in the C2 class.
That's right. We move now on to the C2. Merci, Audrey. There it is. Same race distance, 500 meters, 2 laps of the track. Current world record held by Amanda Reed from Australia, and we will be seeing Reed. She will be in the final heat of qualifying, heat number 9. We have 9 competitors in total. There is Reed. We'll be seeing her in heat 9. First athlete away. She's getting settled in right now from Germany, Meka Ausberger. And look at that look of determination on the face of Meka Ausberger as she pulls away from the starting gate. It's a good start for her, right down close to, or as close as she can to the black line. That is the shortest distance around the track. This is 250 meters per lap on the Siberian wood spruce surface here.
Yes, good start for Meki Ausberger as she was a bronze medalist yesterday in the individual pursuit. Now she's on her way to have a really good time, and she is going to be the reference time. And this year she was a silver medalist earlier this season in this 500 meters time trial. And here she is, Steve, with a great ride here in the Velodrome Milton.
That's right, 40.827. Audrey will be the reference time that everyone else will chase here. We're seeing lots of crossover from yesterday's 3-kilometer pursuit down here to the 500-meter time trial.
Alors, ce sera le temps de référence pour la classe C2 aux 500 mètres contre la montre de l'Allemagne, Meki Ausberger, qui a le temps de référence avec un chrono de 44 secondes et 8 centièmes. Donc, très belle performance, celle qui a été médaillée de bronze hier à la poursuite individuelle. Et maintenant, nous allons nous diriger avec la médaillée d'argent de la poursuite individuelle de la Nouvelle-Zélande, Sarah Ellington.
That's right, it will be Sarah Ellington from New Zealand who will next be on the track in qualifying. There is Ellington in the characteristic all black for New Zealand awaiting the start. And again, a look of determination on Ellington's face as she pulls away from that starting gate, getting the bike quickly up to speed. It's only 500 meters, two laps of the track, so you need to be quick off of the start and then really pushing through this mid part of the race and just hang on over the second lap.
Yeah, as we noticed, she decided to have the aero bar as compared to Miki Hosberger. So now she's all aero for the last few meters. She's having the second best reference time right now, looking great. And this is going to be tight on the line, Steve.
There it is across the line. And Ellington unable to overcome Ausberger. So Ellington will slot into second spot here on time.
Alors le deuxième temps de référence est inscrit maintenant au tableau, qui appartient à la coureuse de la Nouvelle-Zélande, Sarah Ellington, avec un chrono de 46,7 centièmes. Alors pour Sarah Ellington, qui était médaillée d'argent hier à la poursuite individuelle, maintenant se retrouve en belle position avec plusieurs coureuses à surveiller à venir. Donc ce sera le temps donc pour la coureuse française Christelle Ribaud de prendre place sur la position de départ pour son effort de 500 mètres contre la montre.
Merci, Audrey. Worth noting, this is a final. This is a timed final. We had seen qualification in the previous with the tandem pursuit, but this is a final. So pretty straightforward here, Audrey. The fastest 3 times will take the gold, silver, and bronze medals.
Alors Christelle Ribaud de la France, médaillée d'argent cette année un peu plus tôt à Manchester sur cette épreuve. Alors on va la surveiller.
Oui, c'est ça. It is Christelle Ribaud from France getting set up and onto the bike. And this will start to become common if you're watching para track cycling or para athletics of any kind for the first time. Particularly you see it in cycling, a lot of customization going on depending on the individual athlete's physical disabilities. Christelle Ribaud from France just getting final adjustments made to her right side pedal, which is very important. That's the drive side for her.
Alors, bon départ ici de la coureuse française, vous l'avez vu, donc elle est paralysée à la jambe gauche depuis 2016, qui a été provoquée par une sciatique et à une hernie discale. So great start here for Christelle Ribaud from France, Steve. Bell lap already, her coach is giving her all the information she needs.
Yeah, it's all in for Ribaud from this point on. A little off the standard set by Maike Ausberger from Germany. But Ribaud's got a good one going. She comes up to the finish line. We'll check it there. And it's 47.432 for the rider from France. She will end up in third of the riders completing the 500 meters so far.
Oui, alors on peut voir dans le visage de Christelle qu'elle a tout donné. Elle a fait le 3e temps de référence, donc avec une vitesse moyenne de 37,95 km/h. Christelle Ribaud de la France, très belle performance. Elle a été médaillée de bronze un peu plus tôt à Manchester sur l'épreuve du 500 mètres contre la montre. La voilà avec le 3e temps de référence, donc derrière la Nouvelle-Zélande et l'Allemagne.
There are your top 3 times so far of the rides that have been completed. Next rider we will see on the track. And her bike just getting set in the starting gate right now. There's a great bird's eye view of the whole of the 250 meters of the Mattamy National Cycling Center here in Milton, Ontario. And there is Yvonne Marzinka from Austria getting set up. The Mattamy National Cycling Center was initially purpose-built for the 2015 Pan Am Games. This was the site of track cycling for both the Pan Am and Para-Pan Am Games in 2015. And it has been a fabulous addition to the sports infrastructure here in the GTA. Yvonne Marzinka ready to go here in the 500-meter time trial. And a look of determination and the teeth gritted from Yvonne Marzinka as she pulls away.
Yeah, Yvonne Marzinka, she chose a different handlebar. As you can see, she doesn't have the aero bar now. She's on the bullhorn. She needs to bend the elbow, and she's looking great. Yvonne Marzinka from Austria. Now, it's talk about the importance of the start. Let's see her split time. She's in great position, Steve. Second spot right now.
Yes, deuxième place pour Marzinka, second place. Can she hang on to this spot? Here she comes into the final turn.
Alors, très important le départ dans une épreuve comme celui-là. And here she is, Steve. Great time. A little bit behind, but still, she's in the position on the podium spot right now.
Yes, indeed. Third spot for Marzinka. There it is, 46.335 for her.
Alors voilà la coureuse de l'Autriche qui inscrit le troisième meilleur temps, Yvonne Marzinka, donc avec un chrono de 46,33 centièmes. Alors c'est très important le départ, vous allez le voir avec les prochaines athlètes, de vraiment miser sur le départ parce que c'est seulement 2 tours. Alors on veut gagner les secondes précieuses autant que possible dans un type d'épreuve comme ça. So it's very important, Steve, to give everything on the start. It's only 2 laps and we're going to see lots of great riders to come. Still 5 more riders and not the least.
Well, you just saw moments ago the top 3, Hausberger, Ellington, and Marzinka on time. They hold down those provisional medal positions, but some great riders still to come. And one of those is getting set up on the track right now from Japan. There she is going through final setup, trackside in the starting gate. Miha Fuji from China, or sorry, I should say Japan, host country for the Paralympic Games coming up later on this year, starting in late August. And for the full amputee athletes, Audrey, this is really hard, getting the bike up to speed with just one leg. I'm not meaning to make light of this. Try doing that at home sometime, and you'll know what I mean.
And that like it's different weight on the left side for the Miho Fuji, so this is really hard to stay stable. As you are seeing her, she's doing really great in the 5th virtual spot, and she's moving a little bit, but this is normal. All is under control for the Japanese rider.
And it will be good enough for 4th so far of the riders that have gone for Fuji. 37 kilometers an hour. Nearly 38 kilometers an hour, her average speed.
Alors pour la coureuse du Japon, Miho Fuji, ce sera le 4e meilleur temps qu'elle inscrira au tableau avec un chrono de 47 secondes et 42 centièmes. Alors on le mentionnait, donc votre top 3 présentement, Miki Hausberger de l'Allemagne, Sarah Ellington de la Nouvelle-Zélande et Yvonne Marzinka de l'Autriche. Alors il reste encore 4 athlètes à prendre le départ et on l'a mentionné donc pour la coureuse du Japon. Très belle performance, difficile de de garder l'équilibre. Elle a fait ça avec beauté et un départ très rapide, 4e meilleur temps pour la japonaise. So right now we are setting up for Zheng Xini, Steve, from People's Republic of China, a strong rider.
Yes, we saw her in the 3-kilometer pursuit yesterday. Very strong, dropping down in distance here. A little bit shorter for her, but a strong, powerful rider. There she is, coming out onto the track and getting onto her bike from the People's Republic of China, Zheng Xini. And the coach asking for a hold on the clock. It was the visor of Zheng Xini that was not on. I think we're ready to go now. We'll have a restart on the clock and a countdown from 15. And again, here we see that tricky start process for the full amputee riders with the one leg. It is really, really hard, as you had mentioned, Audrey, to keep the balance and also keep the bike going straight and down the track, and then dealing with the banking as well. This is extra tricky on the indoor track.
Yeah, look at that. With 1 lap to go, how fast she picked up the speed. And Zheng Xini was a double medalist last year in the World Championship. Yesterday, she was on the final. She's looking forward to have a medal. Here she is with the last few meters, Steve.
Well, she took time to get the bike up to speed in the 3K pursuit. Here, it's a little bit more unforgiving in the 500 meters, but she will qualify and go, not qualify, but her time will rank second. Remember, this is a full final now. The top 3 times, it's pretty simple, will be awarded the medals. And Zheng Xini currently sitting in second spot right now. And there she is warming down. I think the 3K pursuit more her preference of distance of events.
Alors, belle performance pour la coureuse Zheng Xini de la Chine qui inscrit le 2e meilleur temps au tableau. On vous rappelle que c'est une finale. Alors, comme vous le voyez, donc, Miki Osberger de l'Allemagne est toujours le temps de référence. Il ne reste que 3 athlètes à prendre le départ. Et pour Zheng Xini, c'est l'année dernière, elle avait été double médaillée au championnat du monde. Hier, elle s'est retrouvée dans la finale de la médaille de bronze à la poursuite individuelle. Donc, elle veut rester dans le classement pour les médailles. Alors, now, Steve, we are in preparation for another rider from People's Republic of China. And not the least, we're going to have to keep an eye on her as well.
That's right, Audrey. A very strong team here from the People's Republic of China, and these next 3 riders is a rematch of the medalists and the podium placers in this particular event from the World Championships last year. The first up, the bronze medalist from 2019 in Apeldoorn, the rider from the People's Republic of China, Song Zhangling. Song Zhangling pulling away from the start line.
Song Zhangling was very successful in the 500 meters time trial, also bronze medalist at the Paralympic game, as you mentioned last year too. Right now she has the fastest time already, Steve, looking great for her.
Very quick start for her, number 1 at the end of the first lap. Now less than 250 meters to go. Down the back straightaway, great head. Long look at her, total look of focus on her face.
I think it's going to be enough, Steve. She's looking great. Good cadence here. She needs to give everything.
There it is. She will take over the number 1 spot. Song Zhangling, a great ride from her. But 2 phenomenal cyclists and riders still to come. The silver medalist and the gold medalist from last year, and the world record holder in this particular event. There is the overall standings. Song, Hausberger, and Zheng, 1, 2, 3, with 2 rides to go.
Exactement, Steve. Alors, nous avons un nouveau meilleur temps de référence détenu par la coureuse chinoise Song Zhenling. Alors, très, très belle performance pour elle. Elle avait gagné la médaille de bronze en 2016 aux Jeux paralympiques sur cette épreuve. Et l'année dernière, elle avait été médaillée de bronze. Présentement, elle vient d'inscrire le meilleur temps. Mais attention, il reste encore la championne du monde en titre qui voudra défendre son titre, Amanda Reid de l'Australie, dis-je. Et présentement, en position de départ des Pays-Bas, on sera Alida Norbrus. So Steve, you said it. It's going to be a strong battle with those 2 last riders to go.
Yeah, this was the silver medalist from the World Championships last year, coming out onto the track right now. There she is, getting onto her bike from a country that is no stranger to strong cyclists. The Dutch love their cycling and the sport of cycling. Alida Norbrus now settling in, wiping the sweat off of the hands and awaiting the starter's orders. And there we could see Norbrus, Audrey timing that lunge and lean away from the starting gate perfectly.
Yes, exactly. And right now she's still standing up to try to pick up as much speed as possible. And this is as fast a start, Steve, as she was a world champion in 2018 in this event.
And now down the home straightaway for the penultimate time.
It's going to be a great time for Alida Norbrus. Is she going to get her title back this year? Right now it's looking great.
Still number 1, now into the head of the home straightaway. She's got to hang on tightly. Clock stops. And just outside of the world record, and she will take over première place, Audrey.
Et oui, mon cher Steve, presque un record du monde qu'elle vient de faire. Alida Norbrus des Pays-Bas avec un chrono de 40 secondes, 23 centièmes. Elle s'empare du nouveau temps de référence. Elle avait été championne du monde en 2018 dans cette discipline. Et également, elle a participé aux Jeux olympiques de Londres et de Rio, médaillée dans les 2 Jeux paralympiques. So right now, Alida Norbrus set up the high standard for the last defending champion, the last rider now to come from Australia, Amanda Reid. Steve, it's going to be exciting.
Exactement. Audrey, we await the arrival on the track of the defending world champion and world record holder from another country that is very strong in track cycling, in particular, Australia. She's just making her way out onto the track right now. There she is, on the back side of the bike. Amanda Reid.
Amanda Reid was a very successful rider, double medalist in the Rio Paralympic game, both silver medals, and last year world champion in this 500 meters event. She wants her title again this year. I'm pretty sure of that.
Worth noting, she's from Australia, but she's riding a bike from Canada, Argon 18, the bike supplier to the Australian paracycling team, just as they are to the Canadian able-bodied team and para team as well.
Since 2017, she was a medalist at the 500-meter time trial. Right now, they're gonna place her pedal in the right position. She asked for to lift up a little bit the right pedal. It is very important to have a fast start.
And that pedal position, the degree it is from the horizontal, I've noticed a lot of riders, they want that just in the exact position, whichever is the favored leg. The favored leg would be on the front to get maximum leverage from the start. I'm assuming it's the right leg for Amanda Reed, and we will be quiet for the start for her. Big, powerful strokes, pushing a huge gear as she pulls away from the starting gate.
This is a really impressive start, Steve. As we see, she's still standing up, picking up the speed. Right now, she's gonna be the fastest time in the first split. Here she is in her aero position. Right now, she's gonna put herself in the aero bar. 1 lap to go, Steve. Impressive.
She is looking great. She's potentially on world record pace here. We'll keep a sharp eye on the clock. Down the back straightaway she goes. The legs are churning away. Holding that black line, taking the shortest distance around the track. A little bobble there at the head of the straightaway, but there she comes up to the finish line, and indeed a new world record from Amanda Reed, breaking her old record of 39.505. She goes 39.035 here.
Quelle belle performance, mesdames, messieurs, de la part de l'Australienne Amanda Reed, qui vient tout juste d'établir un nouveau record du monde et également s'emparer du titre de championne du monde, un deuxième titre consécutif. Et depuis 2017, elle est médaillée sur l'épreuve du 500 mètres contre la montre individuelle Air. Et voici donc le top 3. Amanda Reed, championne du monde de l'Australie. Alida Norbrus des Pays-Bas, médaillée d'argent. Et Song Zhengling de la Chine s'empare de la médaille de bronze. So Steve, what a great ride here in the C2 class.
Nothing puts an exclamation mark more on a world championship win than when you set the world record doing it. Congratulations to Amanda Reed. That is awesome. Alinda Norbus in second, and Zhong Jinglang from the People's Republic of China in third. So the podium from last year exactly the same here in the women's C2 500 meter time trial. And now we move on to the finals for the women's C3 500 meters. Everything exactly the same. 2 laps to the track, 500 meters. And the first rider will be Anna Beck from Sweden. There she is. She's under starter's orders.
Great start for the Swedish rider, as she was just outside the podium yesterday in 4th place, battling for bronze in the individual pursuit. Right now, she's having a good start, and she's going to be the reference time for the 500 meters time trial. 1 lap to go for her.
Big cheers from the fans in the stands, the coaches and other athletes assembled here at the Matterby National Cycling Center. Of course, it's number 1 for Anna Beck, the privilege of going first. Clock stops for her, 40.841. That is a great time. The world record held by Paige Greco, and we will be seeing Greco from Australia. She will be the last rider off in Heat 8.
Alors, ce sera le temps de référence présentement dans la classe C3 pour le 500 mètres contre la montre, détenu par Anna Beck de la Suède avec un chrono de 44 secondes, .073. Et Anna Beck, hier, qui a été juste un peu à l'écart du podium alors qu'elle a terminé 4e à la poursuite individuelle. Alors, voilà sa performance. Donc, présentement, le temps de référence.
Would you rescue me? Would you rescue me when I'm by myself? When I need your love, if I need your help, would you rescue me? Would you rescue me? We don't talk much, not anymore. Broken bottles and slamming doors, but we still care about each other. Say we care about each other. I know life took us far away, but I still dream about the good old days when we took care of each other. We were living for each other. But
this is the rider from Ireland, Rochelle Timothy, getting final instructions from the coach. And another well-timed lunge from the starting gate for Timothy. Quickly getting the bike up to speed, opting for just the road bars here. Audrey, it's assuming a personal choice on the part of the rider.
Yes, exactly. It could be a personal choice. It could be based on the choice with the coach, and also if you have a little disability that you can't put your hands on the aero bar, that could be also a choice. And sometimes with a regular handlebar like that, it's a faster start that you can have. And right now, Rachel Timothy from Irish is looking great.
Yeah, it's a good time for her. She will take over the number one spot, at least for now, 43.338.
Alors voilà pour la coureuse de l'Irlande, Rachel Timothy, qui s'empare du meilleur temps de référence avec un chrono de 43 secondes et 34 centièmes. Vitesse moyenne de 41,53 km/h. Alors, en préparation pour le départ, il s'agit de Denise Schindler. Denise Schindler, la coureuse de l'Allemagne qui a remporté des médailles lors des Jeux paralympiques de Londres en 2012 et de Rio en 2016. Championne du monde à maintes reprises. L'année dernière, elle avait terminé, donc cette année, un bon début de saison pour elle sur cette épreuve du 500 mètres contre la montre avec une médaille de bronze à Manchester un peu plus tôt cette saison. So, good start of the season for Denise Schindler, and also yesterday with a good bronze medal in the individual pursuit. This is going to be the next athlete to start in the 500-meter time trial.
Indeed, Audrey Schindler, the German rider, she's been having a good competition so far. Bronze medal yesterday, going well overall in the season. There is Schindler. Being assisted out onto the track and mounting her bicycle right now. Top three last year. Paige Greco won the gold. Kiko Segura from Japan, the silver, and Xiaomei Wang from the United States took the bronze. And Schindler pulls away smartly from the starting gate.
That looks like a great start for Schindler. She was also silver medalist in 2018. Right now looking great, a fast start. She's gonna put her hands into the aero bar. Here she is, second fastest time so far, Steve.
And down the front straightaway she comes. We'll get a better sense of the speed and the time there. She's still in second spot.
She's an expert in this discipline, very used to the podium. Here she is, fastest in the last few meters. Is it going to be enough to take the new reference time?
She was only hundredths of a second off it at the lap, but able to turn it on over that final lap, Audrey, and she will take over number one right now.
Et voilà, mesdames, messieurs, pour Denise Schindler, nouveau temps de référence avec un chrono de 43 secondes et 3 centièmes. So, Steve, great ride for the German rider.
And she's ecstatic about that. Look at the big smile on her face.
Yeah.
As she comes down the home straightaway, acknowledging the clapping of the fans on the front side of the track here, past the start-finish line.
So Denise Schindler is very known for all the riders always smiling. She's working on a little bit of a prosthesis developing process. As you can see, she has a prosthesis herself, so she's always giving to the sport. So what a great rider. We wish her to be in the medal spot as we have other riders to come. 4 more riders right now, Steve. So from the United States of America in preparation, Jamie Whitmore.
That's right, Whitmore coming out onto the track from the United States. There she is, the characteristic blue, white, and red and stars and stripes of the United States of America. Third biggest team contingent here, the Americans.
So Jamie Whitmore now a little bit on the left, on the blue band. She's gonna need to go on the track. Here she is now starting to get some speed, picking up the speed. Steve's looking great.
Down the back straightaway, you're right, she had sort of veered to her left a bit, but got back up above the black line before she legally had to do that. They give them a bit of leniency down at the start. She's number 1, so a good first lap.
Yeah, she's very stable right now, staying on the black line. A good reference time right now. The American rider is gonna push it all the way to the end, and she's gonna have to beat Denise Schindler time.
And there it is. It is going to be, oh, it's just a little off. Wow, she faded a little bit over that second lap. I thought she was going to pick it up there, but it'll be deuxième place pour Jamie Whitmore.
Exactement, Steve. So she was in the first place till the end. Alors, Jamie Whitmore des États-Unis d'Amérique vient d'inscrire le 2e temps de référence alors qu'elle menait jusqu'au tout dernier mètre. Alors, c'est toujours Denise Schindler de l'Allemagne qui détient le temps de référence. Et du côté de la coureuse irlandaise, elle a le 3e meilleur temps, Rachel Timothy.
So Schindler, Whitmore, Timothy, your top 3 right now with several riders to go. Just while we have a pause here, we have received word that we may not see a start for the defending champion, Paige Greco. We've just received word that we may not see her start in 8th, so it may only be 2 riders to go here.
Oui, alors qu'on est en préparation pour Clara Brown des États-Unis d'Amérique, la championne panaméricaine du 500 mètres contre la montre. So she's the Para-Panam champion in the 500 meters time trial. Clara Brown now in preparation for the start.
And Brown is now coming out onto the track. There she is. So 2 American riders here back to back. Going at it, Whitmore ended up in the 2nd spot of the riders to go. Brown opts for the road bars. And under starters orders. And another little swerve to the left there coming out of the starting gate. Nothing too serious though for Clara Brown. Good start down the back straightaway she goes. Big powerful pedal stroke, still up out of the pedal. Number 1 to this point, Audrey.
Yes, and as you can notice on the screen, she is on the drop of her road bar, handlebar, and she pulled a lot. And right now she's trying to be as aero as possible, and she is having the fastest time, Steve. Looking good.
Really high RPM too. I've noticed she's picked a bit of a lower gear, so really churning it out here over the final laps. We'll see if it works and hangs on. She was number 1 at the lap and number 1 at the finish for Clara Brown. So it's Americans now in 1st and 3rd, with Denise Schindler, the German rider, in 2nd. And there is Clara Brown just warming down, catching her breath.
Alors donc pour la championne para-panaméricaine du 500 mètres contre la montre, Clara Brown des États-Unis d'Amérique, elle inscrit le meilleur temps au tableau avec un chrono de 40 secondes et 94 centièmes. So she wanted to be as strong as she was in the Para-Panam game. Clara Brown, great effort here as we are waiting for the rider from People's Republic of China, Wang Xiaomei.
Merci, Audrey, and indeed it will be the rider from the People's Republic of China who is now coming out on to the track, Wang Xiaomei. There is Wang Xiaomei.
She was very successful last year in this event as she got the bronze medal. Now in preparation, she certainly wants to try to beat the time of Clara Brown from the United States of America.
Wang Xiaomei, just like the rider before, Clara Brown, opting for the road bars here. Good start for Wang Xiaomei. Seemed a little tentative, pulling away from the starting gate.
Yes, she's pulling a lot in the handlebar, which is the way to do it. And right now, she wants to bend a little bit more the elbow to get as aero as possible. But we saw it with Clara Brown. It was a good choice to use the rolled handlebar.
She was fourth at the first intermediary time, then moved up into second. So she's building momentum and speed here into the final lap. And now she's starting to really turn it on here. She will have to do it if she wants to take over the number one time. No, it's going to end up in second spot for Wang Xiaomei. Clara Brown's time, that excellent 40.940 that Clara Brown laid down is still holding up. Wang Xiaomei ends up in deuxième place.
Exactement, Steve. Donc, deuxième temps de référence que la coureuse chinoise vient d'inscrire au tableau, Wang Xiaomei, avec un excellent chrono de 41 secondes et 72 centièmes. Votre top 3 avec une coureuse à prendre le départ. Présentement, Clara Brown est en tête. Clara Brown des États-Unis d'Amérique. Wang Xiaomei de la Chine en deuxième place et Denise Schindler de l'Allemagne en troisième place. Now, Steve, it is getting very exciting as we have only one rider to go, the Japanese rider, and is she going to be able to move into the top three? It is very fast with an average of 43.967 km an hour. It is impressive right now.
Bon question. Great question. We will see. Again, this is, we believe, the last rider. We are getting reports or have word that we will not see a start from Paige Greco here. So the rider from Japan, right here, just getting on the bike right now, Keiko Sugura, the silver medalist from last year, will be the last rider to go.
Comme Steve vient de le mentionner, elle a été médaillée d'argent l'année dernière sur cette épreuve, la coureuse du Japon, Keiko Sugura.
Oh, and it's a fall out of the starting gate for Segura, so the drama kind of builds here. Again, just a reminder, she was the silver medalist from last year, and with the potential no start, Audrey, for Paige Greco, a great opportunity for her to possibly take the gold, but she seemed to fall quite heavily on her left side, maybe mistiming the effort and the push out of the starting gate.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate right now. She looks like she's hurting a little bit. The coach will decide to put the bike back in the gate. Right now, for her, the most important thing, now she looks okay. We are all happy that she's okay, but the most important thing is that she wants to get her focus back. And like you said, she has a great opportunity here to shine and to get to put her hand on the gold medal, as she was a silver medalist last year. And the defending champion, which is not there. So right now, she's smiling, Steve. She looks okay. We are all happy to see that.
Yeah, good acknowledgement from the crowd here inside the Mattamy National Cycling Center. Round of applause for Keiko Sugura getting back up off the deck after that fall. And you can see the slope of the track. The track is angled there, so it's a longer fall down to the ground if you're falling to your left. And I'm sure her hip and possibly shoulders took a bit of a bruise and a banging.
Yes, all the crowd is now putting their hands together for her. Steve, that's a good start for her. Good thing for the Japanese rider.
Yeah, a little tentative, no surprise after that fall out of the first start, but she's got a good one going. She's in second spot at the intermediary time.
Yes, in the last lap, as we can see, she has all the adrenaline because of her crash. She's going to use it at her advantage. Right now, Steve, She is on her way maybe for a medal spot. It is looking great.
Well, she is slipped back a little bit now, less than 50 meters to go, coming up to the line. It's all come down to this here in the C3 women's 500 meters, and it will be third and unofficially a bronze medal for Keiko Segura. So unfortunately, a step back for her on medal positions, but with that fall, I'm sure she did absolutely the best she could do. It is going to be silver for Wang Zhumei from the People's Republic of China. And that great ride from Clara Brown that we saw earlier, that will be your gold medal here in the women's C3 500-meter time trial. There are the standings for you at home.
Alors, comme l'explique mon collègue Steve, voici, mesdames, messieurs, votre nouvelle championne du monde des États-Unis d'Amérique, Clara Brown, deuxième médaille de ces championnats du monde, alors qu'elle a remporté la médaille de bronze hier à la poursuite individuelle. Wang Xiaomei de la Chine s'empare du deuxième rang, tandis que Kiko Sugiura du Japon s'empare de la médaille de bronze, et ce, même après avoir eu une vilaine chute. Alors, belle performance des coureuses. Denise Schindler de l'Allemagne qui a été rétrogradée au quatrième rang à la toute dernière seconde. Alors, voilà pour votre top 3 chez la classe C3.
Next event we will be having on the track will be the men's C100 kilo time trial, 1 kilometer, 4 laps of the track. And there you can see the full 250 meters view, the bird's eye view atop the media stand here at the finish line. And the first rider coming out onto the track will be from Italy, Giancarlo Massini. And there goes the Italian, Massini, away from the start line. Nice, big, smooth pedal strokes, getting the bike up to speed. 1 kilometer, 4 laps of the track, affectionately known as the Kilo.
Yes, the Kilo is a very painful event, as is not long enough to pace yourself and not short enough to go all out. You have to really go into the pain and the max effort in the Kilo. This is a great event. You're going to see it with the C1 class, that's for sure.
The world record in this particular event set last year at Apeldoorn in the Netherlands, 1:11.817 by Zhang Li of China, and we will be seeing Li Jiang coming up in heat number 14, the world record holder.
And right now, as you see, Giancarlo Massini, if you have a chance to take a look at his face, is suffering right now, but he's giving everything as he's hearing the bell lap. It is going to be the reference time, obviously, Steve, but he has a good pace right now, the Italian rider.
And here comes Massini up to that finish line. And he will stop the clock at 1:29. And Audrey, as you mentioned, he will set to the reference time that everyone else will chase. As we've had at a number of events here so far in the meeting, we will have all 3 medalists from last year here in the final. This is a timed final, so all these times will be the final rankings for the riders. The 3 fastest times obviously taking the medals and the hardware. And we have all 3 of the medalists, as I mentioned, back from last year in Apeldoorn. Li Jiangzhu, Ricardo Ten Argils and Liang Wukong. They will be the final 3 riders to go in the order.
Alors, mesdames, messieurs, le temps de référence, évidemment, qui appartient au coureur de l'Italie, Giancarlo Massini. Et comme mon collègue Steve l'a mentionné, vous allez avoir les 3 médaillés de l'année dernière qui vont s'élancer dans les 3 dernières vagues de la classe C1. Et dans cette classe aussi, nous allons avoir un Canadien, donc Ross Wilson, qui va participer. Il sera le 8e coureur à prendre le départ. Alors, nous allons attendre sa performance alors qu'il s'était lancé hier à la poursuite. Et voilà, en préparation pour le départ de la Grande-Bretagne, Sam Ruddock.
That's right, Sam Ruddock in the starting gate, getting ready to go. And as you had mentioned, Audrey, we will be seeing the Canadian, Ross Wilson. He will start in Heat 8. Oh, and a bit of a bobble out of the starting gate for Ruddock.
Yeah, it's unfortunate because in the kilo, the start is really, really important, but I think he's going to have to refocus. And as we are seeing right now, is on his way to have a good pace in the kilo.
Yeah, you need to put that behind you and just focus on what's happening in the moment. And Sam Ruddock is doing a good job with that. He's already moved past Massini in the effort so far.
Exactement. Alors qu'on voit Sam Ruddock de la Grande-Bretagne, il a eu un petit pépin au départ, mais là, il est en très belle position. Il a repris sa vitesse de croisière. Il a maintenant un très bon temps de référence. So, Steve, we're going to hear the bell in a few meters, and he's on his way to get the good time here. It's going to be maybe the new reference time.
Well, indeed, it is most likely going to be. He's over 10 seconds up on the time of Massini, who had the privilege of going first. And now we're coming up just meters to go now for the rider from Great Britain, Sam Ruddock. There he is across. And it will be 1:16 for him. 46.9, almost 47 kilometers an hour.
Alors, mesdames, messieurs, de la Grande-Bretagne, c'était Sam Ruddock qui vient tout juste d'inscrire le nouveau temps de référence avec un chrono de 1 minute 16 et 67 centièmes. Vitesse moyenne très rapide, soit dit en passant, 46,9 km/h.
And next rider coming out onto the track. Just getting ready to go. There he is. That is Aaron Keith from our great neighbors to the south, the United States. And look at that, look at determination on Aaron Keith's face as he pulls away from the line. He will opt to use the aero bars. Once he gets the bike up to speed, Audrey, he'll lower himself and get down onto those aero bars, making the whole of his body more aerodynamic.
Yes, exactly, as he chose to stand a little bit longer than the other rider we saw earlier, and is now trying to be in the medal position, as yesterday he was battling for bronze medal. He was just outside the podium with the 4th place in the individual pursuit. Today might be his day.
Yeah, that was an unlucky spot to be in for Keith yesterday in the IP, the individual pursuit, just off of the podium.
Alors l'Américain, donc Aaron Keith, qui a présentement le 2e meilleur temps, alors qu'on entend la cloche. Dernier tour à faire pour le coureur des États-Unis qui a été juste à l'extérieur du podium hier avec une 4e place. Last few meters, Steve.
Half a lap to go now for Aaron Keith into that final turn. There he goes. Fatigue starting to set in. Coming by, and he will clock in second. 1:17.083 will be his time. Sam Ruddock from Great Britain still hanging on to the #1 spot so far.
Exactement, Steve. Donc, le deuxième temps de référence appartient au coureur des États-Unis d'Amérique, Aaron Keith. Il s'empare du deuxième temps de référence, tout juste derrière Sam Ruddock de la Grande-Bretagne, et le coureur italien qui est toujours le troisième temps de référence, Giancarlo Massini.
About the day we were broke, not getting paid, and taking trips at that weekend.
Next rider on the track will be the rider from Austria, Andreas Zirkel. There is Zirkel getting set up. Aaron Keith just passing through there on his warm down. And Zirkel going over final preparations in the start gate. Little thumbs up there to the commissaire. Coach gives him last advice and instructions, and we're ready to go. And again, as we saw previously with the women, the full amputee riders, a little tricky to get the bike pointed down the track and up to speed. But
Yeah.
Zirkel doing a great job of keeping things under control and keeping it right on that black line.
Exactly, Steve. And Andreas Zirkel, as you can see on the screen, is having a different type of handlebar. Is all custom. Steve mentioned it a bit earlier that every rider has their own custom bike, so it's all customized to be faster on the track and to be able to control more with more stability on the track.
Yes, working with the disability, the individual disability that each of the riders has. There is Zirkel. He's down the back straight away. Great head-on shot there as he keeps the speed up.
Zirkel is doing a great job right now, and as you can see, he's gonna have one more lap to go, and he's breathing hard. We are seeing him tiring a little bit, but he's gonna pick it up the speed all the way to the last few meters.
One last trip down the back straightaway, pushing hard. The teeth are gritted there as he goes all in here over the final few meters, coming into the head of the straightaway now, just meters to go to the finish line. There is the timeline. And he will end up in 4th spot of the riders that have gone so far, 131.658.
Alors, donc, belle performance du coureur de l'Autriche, Andreas Zirkel, qui inscrit le 4e meilleur temps au tableau avec un chrono de 1 minute 31.66 centièmes. Et le coureur de l'Autriche, vous l'avez vu, hein, avec un guidon modifié pour l'aider à être plus stable sur sa monture. Donc, on va voir donc présentement en préparation le coureur du Brésil, Carlos Alberto Gomes Soares. Il avait participé aux Jeux para-panaméricains. Il avait remporté la médaille d'argent au kilo. So he was a silver medalist at the Para-Panam game in the kilo. This rider from Brazil, so he's going to be a rider to look for.
Yes, there he is, Audrey. Merci. Carlos Gomes Soares with the characteristic light yellow and green of Brazil. The last host of the Paralympic Games and Olympic Games. And it's a good start for Gomes Soares. Goodness me, it just seemed we were in, well, not in Rio, but we were watching the Paralympic and Olympic Games in Rio de Janeiro. 4 years goes by in a flash.
Yes, time flies, and it's going to be already the time to applaud the people for the new Paralympic Games this year. As we see Carlos Alberto Gomes Soares with 3 laps to go is doing a great job, and on the start he was really pulling on his handlebar right now, keeping a good cadence, looking great.
Yeah, nice and smooth from the start. One of the riders here opting for the road handlebars.
Alors, on le voit avec le coureur brésilien, il a décidé de prendre un guidon standard de vélo de route, justement pour pouvoir tirer plus sur le guidon lors de la position de départ. So, currently third in the virtual classification, Steve, with a few meters to go, one laps to go. Dernier tour.
There he is with that gold colored helmet on. There's a beautiful shot of that gold helmet. Currently sitting in third virtually of the riders that have gone. Will he be able to hang on to that spot to the finish line? Yes, indeed he has. 129.106 the time for Gomes Suarez. And he will take over third position here.
Alors, belle performance ici pour le médaillé d'argent des Jeux panaméricains, le Brésilien Carlos Alberto Gomes Suarez, qui s'inscrit au tableau avec le 3e meilleur temps. Vous pouvez le voir à l'écran, donc tout juste derrière Aaron Keith des États-Unis d'Amérique et de Sam Ruddock de la Grande-Bretagne.
Yeah, there are your top three, Ruddock, Keith, and Gomes Suarez. The efforts from Gomes Suarez just completed, so those are the medal positions, at least provisionally for now. Still some very strong riders to come, including the 3 medalists and podium placers from last year's Paracycling UCI World Championships. Next rider on the track will be the German rider Eric Winkler. And Winkler just getting some, again, special assistance. And many modifications to his bike to adapt to his particular physical disabilities. And it looks like Winkler is ready to go. The coach gives him one last thumbs up, and it's all over to the timer and the starter. All right, Eric Winkler. Good start for him. Currently sitting in fourth spot. The rider from Germany.
Yes, exactly. As you see, the rider is very stable in his upper body. He's looking great right now. Good cadence. And with 2 laps to go, he's now sitting in the 4th virtual spot.
Yeah, despite the disabilities that this particular para-athlete has, he is able to keep the bike pointed straight down the track at a very high speed. He's averaging over 42 kilometers an hour, and he's moved up a spot, Audrey. He is up into third as the distance increases here. It becomes better and better for Eric Winkler.
Yeah, he's breathing hard. He's trying to bring the oxygen to the muscle. Here he is with the 3rd spot in the virtual classification. As you mentioned, he finished very strong, the kilo Eric Winkler.
Indeed, 3rd spot for Winkler.
Alors, mesdames, messieurs, le coureur de l'Allemagne, Eric Winkler, s'inscrit au tableau comme troisième meilleur temps de référence avec un chrono de 1 minute 22 et 18 centièmes.
And we're carrying on with this timed final of the men's C1 kilo, 1 kilometer, 4 laps of the track. Thank you to all of those watching on either CBC or Flow Sports. Hope you are enjoying the streamed live coverage here of the 2020 Paracycling Track World Championships. The next rider will be taking the track from South America, Argentina, Rodrigo Fernando Lopez. And Lopez just getting some final adjustments to the pedal. The straps tightened up to just the right tension for him. Final checking over of the front end of the bike with the coach there. They're just making sure that the grip is working. And it's a good start for Lopez. Big, powerful strokes up out of the saddle as he gets the machine up to speed on the banking, then down the back straightaway for the first time.
Yes, a standing start is a very tricky thing to do. You need to be synchronized with your arms and with your legs. You need to really use both of your parts of the body in order to get as much speed as possible. So you use your arm in the same time as you push the pedal down, and that's what Fernando Rodrigo Lopez did perfectly, as he's sitting right now in the third spot in the virtual classification.
It's going well here for Lopez. Down the back straightaway. Another time. Head bobbing a little bit, but otherwise looking great. The bell sounds for him, so 1 lap to go, 250 meters to his timed finish.
Oui, avec un tour à faire, donc le coureur de l'Argentine qui a eu un très bon départ, il a très bien utilisé ses bras en même temps de donner la puissance avec ses jambes. So here is Steve with a couple meters to go.
Into the head of the straightaway, he was third on intermediary times, and he looks to be ending up there, 119.683. Troisième place.
Exactement, Steve. Donc, très belle performance ici du coureur argentin Rodrigo Fernando Lopez qui s'empare du troisième meilleur temps avec un chrono de 1 minute 19 secondes et 68 centièmes. Alors, présentement, mesdames, messieurs, en préparation pour le départ, nul autre que Ross Wilson du Canada qui a malheureusement été écarté de la finale hier pour la poursuite individuelle. Attention, c'est un homme qu'on devra surveiller. Il a eu une performance parfaite au championnat du monde de 2017. Il a eu toutes les médailles d'or dans chacune des épreuves et l'année passée, last year was very successful in the World Championship. Here he is, Steve Ross Wilson.
That's right. Ross Wilson now coming out onto the track, looking for redemption here. As you had mentioned, Audrey, the pursuit didn't go as well for Wilson, unable to make it through to the final. A perennial medalist and placer in that particular event at the Olympic Games and the World Championships, but he is looking for a medal here. Look at that, look at determination. And Wilson tends to push a bit of a bigger gear, so it's more laborious at the start for him. But once he gets the bike up to speed, he'll be able to settle in and make full use of the aero bars over the 1 kilometer distance.
Yeah, so Russ Wilson is in a very great shape. He just set a new world record previously in November in the World Cup in the individual pursuit. Yes, yesterday wasn't his day, but look at him all the way to the track world championship. He will bounce back, I'm pretty sure. And right now, he is looking great in his aero position. Great performance so far for the Canadian.
3 years ago, he was the world champion in the kilo in 2017. And owing to that bigger gear that he uses at the start, Audrey, a bit of a slower start for Wilson so far, currently sitting back in fourth, but now he's starting to really ramp it up. And he'll be hoping to really turn on the afterburners over the final lap here.
Exactement, Steve. Dernier tour pour Russ Wilson qui a présentement le 4e meilleur temps. Steve is gonna push it way more in the last few meters to try to pick it up. Some precious time here in the last meters.
As you might expect, big cheers from the hometown crowd here at the Mattamy National Cycling Center. Here comes Wilson up to the timeline, and it is going to be fourth for him of the riders that have gone. And I see a little shake of the head from Ross Wilson, so clearly not super happy with the time here, but that's sport. But maybe he's building up for Tokyo. He's saving his best for the Paralympic Games coming up later on this year. We don't know.
Yeah, so Russ Wilson was fourth in 2018 in the kilo. So last year he was a very successful rider in different events. So there is still the 200 meters of flying and also the scratch race for Russ Wilson. Alors, mesdames, messieurs, belle performance ici du coureur canadien Russ Wilson qui a inscrit le 4e meilleur temps avec un chrono de 1 minute 20 secondes et 28 centièmes. Donc, comme mentionnait mon collègue Steve, il n'avait pas l'air très heureux, mais il aura l'occasion de se reprendre dans les différentes épreuves où il a bien performé l'année dernière.
Merci, Audrey. Next rider on the track from Germany. Another strong country in the sport of cycling. He's just getting mentally and physically ready to go. There he is, big huff and a puff, and down onto the cow horn bars he goes. It's Pierre Senska. And Senska is a rider who uses a bigger, heavier gear, pulling away from the start line. Huge, powerful strokes as he gets the bike up to speed. Down the back straightaway, that is a long stand. He's now settling in, but now he goes aero.
Yes, and as we can see, he has a really powerful start because he's very muscular. That's the German rider Pierre Senska is a pure sprinter, as he had a really good beginning of the season at the Paratrack in Manchester with a silver medal at the kilo. Right now looking good in the fourth virtual spot in the virtual classification.
Indeed, sitting in fourth. Can he move up here over the final couple of laps down the back straightaway?
Alors qu'on voit le coureur de l'Allemagne qui donne tout. Belle position ici. On entend dernier tour, last lap, Steve, as he's going to try to pick up some speed, moving up to the third spot right now.
That's right. He's picked up a spot, so gaining a bit of momentum here as he goes into that last lap down the back straightaway. One last trip around the 42-degree banked turn here and into the home straightaway. The clock will stop when he gets to the line. He will end up in third, 1:18.348 for Pierre Senska from Germany.
Alors, mesdames, messieurs, un nouveau troisième temps de référence pour le coureur de l'Allemagne, Pierre Senska. 1 minute 18 secondes et 35 centièmes. Et c'est très, très, très serré. Il y a seulement 1 seconde qui sépare le top 3 présentement, avec encore 4 coureurs à prendre le départ. Sam Roddock de la Grande-Bretagne est toujours le temps de référence devant Aaron Keat des États-Unis d'Amérique et Pierre Senska qui vient d'inscrire le troisième temps.
Oui, c'est ça. Quick recap. It is Ruddock, Keith, and Senska, 1, 2, 3. As we work our way, we're just coming up to heat number 9, and there is the next rider who will take to the track from Malaysia. It is Muhammad Yusuf Shahruddin.
Muhammad did a really great time yesterday in the individual pursuit. Let's see today what he's up for.
little nodding of the head as he counts mentally down over the final few seconds before the starting gate releases him for the 1 kilometer effort here. And he is quickly getting the bike up to speed. Good start. He's out in third, so now he'll settle down into the aero bars, and it's all aero and all in from this point for the rider from Malaysia, Muhammad Shaharuddin.
Yes, it's a good start for him. He's very, very close to reach the third spot, and here he is now in third spot. He did a great time in the individual pursuit, as I said, and you can really see the difference of the body type with the Pierre Sinska, but both have great ride right now, and this is all about the start in the kilo. It is very important to push on the pedal as fast as possible into the kilo.
Yeah, Shaharuddin built more like a road cyclist, longer pursuit cyclist than the more powerful sprinter type of riders. There he is, he's pushing hard, he's looking up at the clock. You can see the big scoreboard there down at the far end, slightly off camera. That's what he's looking up at, just checking his progress, coming up to the line. He's going to end up in third spot. Shaharuddin, 118.154 for him. Wow, over 46 kilometers an hour. We're starting to get up there with the speed, Audrey.
Oh oui, Steve, très belle performance ici du coureur de la Malaisie, Mohammad Shaharuddin, qui s'empare du 3e meilleur temps. On l'a vu, l'expression dans son visage, qu'il donnait tout ce qu'il avait dans les jambes. Il sait qu'il faut qu'il y aille très rapidement. C'est une épreuve qui est courte, donc 3e meilleur temps pour un chrono de 1 minute 18,15 centièmes. Alors qu'on est en préparation pour le coureur de la Russie, Ivan Ermakov, qui a été l'année dernière double médaillé des championnats du monde qui ont eu lieu aux Pays-Bas. Cependant, c'était sur les épreuves différentes que le kilo. On va voir ce qu'il a dans les jambes pour cette épreuve.
Merci, Audrey. Indeed, it is the Russian Federation rider Ivan Ermakov now settling in, getting clipped in. And we'll be able to track him easily with that distinctive yellow and black helmet on. Clashes a bit with the Russian Federation red, white, and blue racing kit on. So he should be able to stand out as he makes his way around the track. Coaches are happy. Commissaires and the starters are happy, and we will hand it over to them to get Ermakov underway. And Ermakov pulls away powerfully from the starting line.
Yeah, we can see that he's really using his arm to get the bike going, as well as the power on the pedal. And here he is on his aero bar, ready to roll for the 3.5 laps to go.
And he is giving it his all. A little bit of a slower start for Ermakov, but he is a big, powerful rider. I'm expecting him to pick up speed and places as the kilo unwinds here for him, and indeed he's already done that. He's up to 5th.
Yeah, he certainly will pick up the speed as the kilo will go lap after lap, because he's the kind of rider who is more successful in longer events.
It's the bell now for Ermakov. He's being urged on by the Russian Federation coaches, positioned right at the start line and the finish line.
Oui, dernier mètre pour le coureur de la Russie qui est présentement 5e au classement virtuel, alors qu'il est il a été médaillé l'année dernière à 2 reprises. Here he is, Steve.
He is at the finish now, and it's going to be 5th best for Ermakov, a 118.443 for him. So he will slot in behind Senska, who is in 4th just ahead. So we await the final 3 riders here, Audrey. They're probably really going to settle the scores for the medals, we hope.
Exactement.
But there is the top 3 right now, Rudek, Keith, and Shaharuddin.
Exactement, Steve. Donc, le coureur de la Russie, Ivan Ermakov, qui s'inscrit au tableau avec le 5e meilleur temps, alors qu'il ne reste que 3 coureurs à prendre le départ. Comme mon collègue l'a mentionné, c'est toujours Sam Ruddock qui détient le temps de référence de la Grande-Bretagne. Aaron Keith, 2e place des États-Unis d'Amérique, et de la Malaisie, Mohammad Shua Rodden. And Steve, 3 more riders to go in the C1 class, but not the least, the last 3 medalists from the last year World Championship. It's going to be fast.
Indeed, it will be. And the first of these 3 super favorites, if you will, to go will be the silver medalist from last year, Liang Weikong. He's just sort of settling in right now and awaiting the starter's orders, which he is under. And we will await his start. Great look there at the coach, giving him the visual countdown with the hands. He's also hearing the countdown with the beeps and watching the start clock. Now he's all in down the back straightaway.
That's a fast start for Liang Weikong from People's Republic of China. And as a reminder, he was a bronze medalist yesterday in the individual pursuit, so I'm sure he's hungry for more podium places finish here today.
Yeah, indeed. Bronze medal in that individual pursuit IP yesterday. So we know he's on great form, dropping down in distance here to 500 meters. He's got a good one going.
En très grande forme, Liang Weikong de la Chine. Il a été médaillé de bronze hier à la poursuite individuelle.
Salut Ben, ça va bien?
Moi ça va bien. Toi, Russ, how was the race? 1:20.2 in the 1 kilometer time trial. Can you tell us a little bit about how it went?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I'm going to get any speeding tickets doing that, but this isn't my key event and it's not my focus. What I really wanted to do today is kind of come out, make amends for my horrible first lap yesterday, and kind of show Canada that, you know, I'm not going to fall off my bike every single time I start a race. So I think I was pretty good. It was within a half second of my personal best and the Canadian record. So kind of keeping at it. And I mean, it bodes well towards Tokyo. We continue building. And I mean, if there's another C1 out there in Canada, please come out, beat me. Like, let's get a gold medal, right? So.
And you mentioned it. What did you do in the last 24 hours to get back to have a great performance today after a disappointing performance yesterday?
Yeah, I mean, pretty sure I broke one of the lockers downstairs and I kicked a trash can, so there's a big dent there, and I yelled and screamed. Yeah, hashtag garbage, like vented emotions. And then I went out for lunch with my mom and my uncles, and it was a nice chance just to reflect that, hey, like, people love you for you, not for what you can achieve and what you do on in a sporting event. They're here to support you, just like the nation's here to support us. Yeah, they love to get results, and everybody's cheering for those results, but just that kind of moment to reflect and recognize that my value and my worth aren't derived just from my results, but from my commitment to the process and my commitment to bettering paracycling in Canada.
Now that back on track, almost a personal best, what are you going to do in the next 24 hours to get ready for tomorrow?
Well, I've got a 200 tonight, so I've got another event, which I'm looking forward to. I love that, and more importantly, tomorrow's the scratch race. I mean, it's bunch racing, it's racing at its finest. It's a chance to make others hurt as much as I hurt. So, no, it's just going to be, I'm going to be honest, like, I'm excited for it and I'm happy for it. So to get ready for it, all I'm going to do is have a good nap, get some good food to eat, put my feet up and relax.
Yeah, well, we're not going to take more of your time. You're racing again tonight. Good luck, and congratulations for a great performance. Great. All the best, Russ. Thank you. Alors, Russ qui termine avec un temps considérable, 1:20.2, à 5 dixièmes de sa meilleure performance au 1 km contre la montre. C'est mieux que ce qu'il a réussi à faire hier à la poursuite du 3 km. Il a été déçu. Il détenait la marque mondiale. 2 Chinois ont abaissé sa marque mondiale. Alors, d'être capable de retour 24 heures plus tard et de démontrer énormément de caractère et une belle performance, ça lui porte confiance. On est seulement à 8 mois des Jeux paralympiques de Tokyo. Alors, c'est de bon augure pour Russ. On le reverra ce soir aux 200 mètres contre la montre. Et également, demain, il sera de retour pour terminer ses championnats du monde. So stay tuned. More action here at the World Para Cycling.
And here he comes. He's going to get the bell. Another time check here, and he's just slightly behind the time already set by Liang Weikong.
Et oui, mesdames et messieurs, dernier tour pour le coureur espagnol. Il a présentement le deuxième temps de référence. So it's going to be almost half a lap to go, and he's still pushing it, receiving the info from his coach.
Huge encouragement on the sidelines from the Spanish contingent here in the building, and he will end up in second spot. There he is looking up at the scoreboard and checking out his time, and he will see that he ends up in second, 1:15.322. So Liang Weikong still in the gold medal position with one rider to go.
Exactement, Steve, avec un coureur à prendre le départ. Il ne reste seulement qu'un coureur à prendre le départ. Le coureur de l'Espagne, Ricardo Ten Argiles, qui s'est inscrit au tableau avec le deuxième temps de référence derrière Liang Weikong de la Chine. Et Sam Ruddock de la Grande-Bretagne est toujours en place pour une médaille. So right now, Steve, it's going to be all pressure on the rider from People's Republic of China. He knows how to deal with pressure. He's going to be able maybe to get his title back on the kilo.
Well, this man is no stranger to pressure. He is the defending world champion. He's also the world record holder in this particular event, 1:11.817. Now settling into the bike, as you had mentioned, Audrey from the People's Republic of China, Liang Zhanggu, getting ready to go. And look at that effort from Li Zhanggu, pushing hard on the pedals, getting away from the bike. No stand-up for him, Audrey. It is all sitting and pushing.
Yeah, he's using all his power seated, and Li Zhangyu is an expert in this discipline. He was the Paralympic champion in the kilo and also a gold medalist in 2018 last year, and now he's looking for his third consecutive world champion title in the kilo.
And he's out to a great start. He is already nearly a second up on the reference time set by his countryman, Liang Weikong. Could we see the People's Republic of China, this exceptionally strong team here, go 1-2 in the men's kilo time trial? It's looking like that might be a possibility.
Alors, dernier tour pour le coureur de la Chine qui est un expert dans la discipline. Il veut aller chercher son troisième titre de champion du monde consécutif. Steve, it's looking great for him. Still in the lead right now. Few last meters to go for the Chinese rider.
There he is across the finish line, and indeed it is another win for Li Zhanggu, and it's a world record. There it is, 1:11.1668 or 1:66, and again, what a way to put an exclamation mark on a world championship. Finish it up with a world record, and look at the big smile on his face. He knows he has won. He knows he has broken the world record here at the Mattamy National Cycling Center.
Exactement, Steve. Alors, mesdames, messieurs, nous avons un champion du monde de la Chine pour une troisième année consécutive. Alors, c'est Li Zhangyu qui s'empare également du record du monde avec un chrono de 1 minute 11,17 centièmes. Alors, voilà votre top 3 médaillés d'argent, Liang Weikong et Ricardo Ten Argiles pour la médaille de bronze.
Steam Whistle Premium Pale Ale. One great beer leads to another.
Welcome back to live streaming coverage of the 2020 Paracycling Track World Championship. We're moving on to the C2 Kilo final, and the first rider out on the track from Morocco will be Mohamed Lana. And Lana will be the first rider here in the C2. Everything the same as the last final. For the men in the C1, 4 laps of the track, 1 kilometer. The rider from Morocco now, giving it his all. He will set the benchmark. Reference time, of course. Once he gets across the finish line. Pushing with just the right hand leg. A lot of effort needed into counterbalancing the drive force. If a cyclist is only pedaling with one leg, tremendous core strength is needed to maintain stability on the bike. And there is your reference time from Mohamed Lana. 1:20.724. Over 44 kilometers an hour. His average speed. So there is the benchmark that everyone else will be chasing here. Have a total of 18 riders who will be taking to the start. The next rider will be from Korea, Solchen Yom. There is Yom getting set up. World record in this particular event held by the rider from Colombia, Alejandro Perea, 1:12.838. He set that at Apeldoorn at the World Championships last year. And that world record time that the Colombian rider Alejandro Perea set at Apeldoorn, that was the gold medal winning time from last year. And I think this is going to be a restart of some kind for the rider from Korea. Some technical problems, either with the start or timing. I'm not quite sure, but he will reset and restart. And we do have the silver and the bronze medalist from last year, Alan Gordon, and Canada's Tristan Chernov. Alejandro Perea, the gold medalist, not on the start list, and the world record holder.
Yes, exactly, Steve. We're gonna see the Canadian rider make his way in the C2 class a little bit later on, Tristan Chernov, as he was really successful last year in the kilo. He was a bronze medalist, and also Tristan is just accumulating all the world champion title, as he was a triple world champion in 2017. It's hard to beat that, let me tell you.
Well, just like Ross Wilson, looking Tristan Chernov perhaps looking for a bit of redemption here in the kilo. The individual pursuit, the IP did not go, I think, to plan yesterday for him. So we wish him the best. We will be seeing Chernov coming up. He will be the 17th of the 18 riders to go. We are roughly seated here on the entry list from slower to faster. So Chernov and Allen will be the final two riders to go off owing to their medal positions from last year. So this is a restart for Sulshan Yom from Korea, as mentioned.
Yeah, now it looks like it's a official start for the Korean rider. And it's going to be a great start as he's taking the fastest time right now. Now he's going to look forward to put his arm in the aerobar. Here he is, now picking up the pace for the kilo.
The Moroccan rider Mohamed Alana set the reference time that everyone will be chasing, at least for these first number of riders. Yom clocks in second, just a little bit off of that pace.
Alors et voilà pour le coureur de la Corée. On vient tout juste d'entendre la cloche indiquant que c'est le dernier tour. Présentement, il s'inscrit au tableau comme le deuxième meilleur temps de référence. Belle technique ici, cadence élevée, belle position aérodynamique, très stable du haut du corps. And here is now the Korean rider Sulshan Yeong with the second fastest time. As we are getting ready now for the third rider to take the start, you are seeing the two reference time with the rider from Morocco, Mohamed Lana, and the Korean rider, Sulshan Yeom. Now in preparation for the start, it is the Brazilian rider, Victor Luis de Oliveira Erling. So as you're gonna see today in the C2 class, there is a lot of depth in this category, 18 riders to take the start. Et voilà, c'est le départ pour le coureur du Brésil, Victor Luis de Oliveira Erling. Great start from the Brazilian rider as he's going to pick up as much speed as possible in his first lap, trying to stay on the black line as much as possible, and he's receiving the instruction from his coach. Et voilà, le coureur du Brésil qui vient tout juste de s'installer dans les barres de contre-la-montre avec quelques tours à faire, encore 4 tours à faire pour le coureur du Brésil. Il reçoit les informations de son entraîneur sur le côté de la piste, son entraîneur qui lui crie à l'oreille le temps qu'il fait à chacun des tours pour justement prendre en considération s'il est assez rapide, s'il part trop vite, s'il part assez vite. Donc, c'est très important d'écouter les informations de son entraîneur. So, as he's receiving all the information from his coach is telling him on what pace he's riding on. So, it is very important to listen to all those info. Here is the Brazilian rider with the second fastest time, only 1.075 seconds slower than the first place. So it is going to be all very tight on all those riders in the C2 class. Lots of depth, as I mentioned earlier. Alors, deuxième meilleur temps pour le coureur du Brésil. Il s'inscrit au tableau. Victor Luis de Oliveira Erling.
Merci, Audrey. Back to riders getting set up on the home straightaway. The next rider will be taking on the Kilo, as it is affectionately called. Will be from Greece, Nicholas Papagelis. And again, as we've seen with the other full amputee riders who are riding single-legged, this is very, very tricky and hard to do, to get the bike up to speed while keeping it going straight down the track. And Papangelis is doing a phenomenal job at this, and here he comes right at you down the back straightaway. And these riders who are riding single-legged tend to take a while to get the bike up to speed, and once they do, though, they really get the bike rolling, Audrey.
Yes, I totally agree with that, because as you can see right now, he's having an average speed of 41.039 k an hour, which means he's going really, really fast. Still on his aero position. We just heard the bell lap, so Steve is sitting in fourth in virtual classification right now with a few meters to go.
Here he comes into the timing line. And the clock will stop for him at 1:22.201. And Audrey, as you had hinted at, that'll be good enough for fourth for him.
Alors, c'est le quatrième meilleur temps pour l'athlète de la Grèce, Nikolaos Papangelis, avec un chrono de 1 minute 22 et 20 centièmes.
And there are your top three of the riders who have gone so far. Lana de Oliveira and Yom. Just waiting for the next rider to come out onto the track. The coaches and team technicians tend to come out, put the bike into the starting gate first, and then the rider comes out a few moments later. And there is the next rider. It will be Maurice Ecartillo from Spain. And again, getting help and assistance, getting settled in, and he is ready to go. The starters and the timers are ready to go. And we'll let the final countdown run out here. Good start for Ecartillo.
Yeah, the Spanish rider now is trying to put it all together to pick up as much speed as possible. Still standing up. Right now he's gonna look forward to put his arm in the aero bar. Maurice Ecartillo was a part of the individual pursuit yesterday, and all riders now have also a good experience on the track into this World Championship to upend their legs, and also to put a little bit of pressure off and to just do one event and then feel okay for the next one.
The team from Spain here at the 2020 Paracycling Track World Championships, the fourth largest by team entrance here. 9 riders in total from Spain have made the trip over here to Canada and Milton, Ontario for this great event.
Donc on vient d'entendre la cloche. Dernier tour pour Maurice Ecartillo, le coureur espagnol qui a fait la poursuite individuelle hier aussi. Donc pour lui, la glace a été brisée. And now is currently in the 5th virtual spot in the classification.
Cartillo coming up to the timing line. There it is. It stops for him at 1:24.729. And Audrey, as you had hinted at, he will end up in 5th of the riders who've taken on the kilo so far.
Alors, donc, c'est le 5e meilleur temps pour le coureur de l'Espagne, Maurice Farr-Cartillo, avec un temps de 1 minute 24,73 centièmes.
And speaking of strong teams, maybe the strongest collective team that is here at the championships is the People's Republic of China. And their rider coming out onto the track right now, settling into his bike, is Ji Hao, taking on this men's C2 kilo 1 kilometer time trial, a race against the clock. It's a straight final here, so the top 3 on time will be your medalists, gold, silver, and bronze, whatever order they end up in. And a big push away from the start gate and going very smoothly. Ji Hao from the People's Republic of China, a little high on the banking, but he'll settle back in right down there between the black line on the inside and the red line on the outside.
Yeah, it's a quick start for the People's Republic of China rider. 4 seconds faster than the Moroccan rider Mohamed Lama. So it is looking great for him. As you see on the screen, he is trying to stay stable on his bike. As now the coach is saying, yes, it's good. He's giving him his pace, he's pacing him well, and if he stays at that cadence, he's gonna have a good timing on the final of the 500 meters.
Well, he's over 3 seconds ahead of the benchmark time set by Mohamed Lana of Morocco, so if he's able to hang on to this time through to the finish, I suspect he will.
Donc ça va très bien pour le coureur de la Chine qui a encore une avance de 2 secondes. Donc s'il continue à maintenir cette cadence, il pourra avoir le temps le plus rapide.
Still up on time, fading a little bit over the final few meters. But we'll check it here at the finish. There it is, 1:19.292. So we have a new leader here. Ji Hao from the People's Republic of China has taken over first spot here in the men's C2 kilo time trial final.
Exactement, Steve. Donc, nous avons un nouveau temps de référence qui appartient au coureur de la Chine, Ji Hao, donc avec un chrono de 1 minute 19 et 29 centièmes, tout juste devant le coureur du Maroc, Mohamed Lana, et le Brésilien Victor Luiz de Oliveira Erling qui a le 3e meilleur temps. Alors en préparation pour le départ, un coureur qui est extrêmement rapide, celui qui a remporté hier la médaille qui était en finale pour la médaille de bronze, qui a raté le podium de peu, Darren Hicks.
That's right, Darren Hicks now on the track for Australia. And Hicks away from the start line. Always, again, a tricky start for the full amputee, leg amputee athletes riding with just one leg.
And look how much he's using his upper body. It's looking really great. His technique, Darren Hicks, right now. And as you can see, meter after meter is picking up some speed. And he's going to look forward to, yes, here it is, aero bars, and is gone for the kilo.
You need tremendous core strength to be able to keep the whole of the body stabilized on top of the bike. It's a precarious situation, but Darren Hicks has mastered that. He was unfortunate in the pursuit, lost the bronze medal matchup yesterday in the Pursuit IP final. And I'm sure he wants a bit of redemption here and improve his standings from yesterday in that Pursuit race.
Exactement, Steve. Alors, comme mon collègue vient de le mentionner, il a raté le podium de peu hier avec une 4e place à la poursuite individuelle. Last lap, dernier tour, a few meters to go, and it's looking great for the Australian rider.
Indeed, there he is coming up to the line. Hicks more of a pursuit specialist than the kilo, which is more sort of a power rider, sprinters race. But nonetheless, he does take over first spot, and it's an impressive drop down in time. Over 2 seconds faster than the benchmark time that Ji Hao had set. Hicks takes over number 1 spot of those who have gone so far.
Exactement. Donc, de l'Australie, nous avons un nouveau temps de référence qui appartient à Darren Hicks, qui a raté le podium de peu hier avec une vitesse moyenne aujourd'hui dans son kilo de 46,8 km/h. Donc, extrêmement rapide. Vous l'avez vu. Il est un coureur qu'on devra surveiller également pour les épreuves de 200 mètres lancées également à la scratch. La course scratch, donc Darren Hicks, très fort coureur. Elle a été médaillée dans ces épreuves-là l'année dernière.
Next rider on the track, wearing the characteristic green of Ireland, will be Chris Burns. He's settling in. Final preparation and check over from the coach from Ireland. And a pat on the back. And we're ready to rock and roll here. And yeah, Hicks, I think he came out of the pedal, and the coach right away saw that and put a hand up in the air, and they've what normally we see here is a restart, Audrey. They're somewhat lenient with these things when technical and equipment problems come up that take the riders unfortunately out of the race. So we hope it will be a restart for Chris Burns from Ireland.
Yeah, it is very important to make sure that your pedals are clipped, and that's why we always see the coach all around the athletes, making sure everything is ready to go. And right now we just saw the Irish rider unclip the pedal just at the start, and obviously you need both pedal clip to have as much as power as possible. Donc c'est le coureur de l'Irlande qui a malheureusement déclippé sa pédale dès le départ. Alors il regarde là, si ses clips sont bel et bien en ordre, si tout est en ordre. Donc ses entraîneurs vont regarder le vélo. So the coach are now looking at the bike to make sure everything is okay.
So this gives you a good perspective of that pneumatic starting gate. The clamp is actually on the seat post above the frame itself and before it reaches the saddle. And then it's a question of just getting in and clipping into your pedals and hopefully them not pulling out when you go on the start. That is the point of probably the biggest power application to the pedals, is pulling away from the starting gate. And this time for Ireland's Chris Burns, it seems to be a good start. Pedals are all clicked in. He's all good. Up out of the saddle, getting the rig up to speed, and pretty soon he'll sit down, settle in, and get into that aerodynamic position and carry on with the kilo here.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to slow down this little problem at the starting gate. Right now is gone, the Irish rider. Look at this aero position, and is spinning a lot. The legs is almost at 100 RPM right now. It is good for the muscle, but it's a matter of having enough power as well as spinning enough. So this is the most fastest speed legs we've seen right now in the C2 class.
That is a super high pedal RPM from Chris Burns. Turn it over really rapidly. The bell sounds. 1 lap to go. Here he goes.
Donc le coureur de l'Irlande avec un tour à faire, on voit qu'il tourne beaucoup les jambes. And this is going to be great for the new reference time almost. Steve, looking good for the Irish rider.
A little bobble at the head of the turn coming into the home straight, but he was just for a moment there, Audrey, into first spot, but slips back to second. So a great ride after a bit of technical problems at the start for Ireland's Chris Burns. He will take over second place.
Exactement, Steve. Donc, le coureur de l'Irlande, Chris Burns, qui s'inscrit au tableau avec le deuxième temps de référence, un chrono de 1 minute 17 secondes. Alors qu'on voit à l'écran, donc, votre top 3 présentement de l'Australie, Darren Hicks, de l'Irlande, Chris Burns, et de la Chine, Zi Hao.
Top 3 still on time. Hicks, Burns, and Ji Hao. 1, 2, 3. Australia, Ireland, People's Republic of China. The next rider we will see on the track. He's just getting settled in on the bike right now. From the Czech Republic, Ivo Koblasa. And Koblasa just getting final instructions from the coach there. Everything's good. A little pat on the back, and he's ready to go. Oh dear, and that was rather unfortunate, and it seems Koblasa came right out of his shoe, which is highly unusual.
Yeah, as we can see, I think something is broken in there, either the clip or... But it was certainly not the what it was expecting at the starting gate. Obviously, the clip is okay. The bike should look fine as well. He's gonna put his shoes back and be back on track. The Czech Republic rider, it's unfortunate, but gonna have to be back on track.
Well, that tends to be when you fall off, as we saw when one of the riders earlier in the women's races had tumbled to the track out of the starting gate. That's a long fall down because the track slopes away from to the left of the rider. They're slightly up on the banking, so that tends to be a longer fall than normal down to the ground. Koblasa seems none the worse for wear. Shoe back on and getting back onto the bike. Some words of encouragement from the coach and possibly team mechanic from the Czech Republic. Just final check of that shoe and left pedal that there was problems with on the initial start. And here he is, ready to go. And this looks like a good start for Koblasa. He is riding with determination. Falling off a bike like that at the start probably has left his nerves a little shaky, but He's doing well.
Yes, exactly. It's always stressful because your last experience was to get off of the shoes like that. So when you start back again, you're wondering, is it gonna happen again? But right now, he's good to go, and he's looking great. The Czech Republic rider with the 2.5 laps to go, third virtual spot, and is very stable, looking on the ground a little bit at his coach, and it doesn't move the head, which means he's so focused right now.
Yeah, total focus. There he is, down the back straightaway. He's all in, third spot. Can he move up a spot or two? The bell sounds.
Alors, dernier tour pour le coureur de la République tchèque, Ivo Koblaza, qui a eu un petit pépin au départ. Il est très concentré. Ça semble être bon pour lui pour la 3e place au classement virtuel.
Here he comes up to the finish line, and we'll check the time there. He will end up in third, so it's pretty steady effort all the way through the 1K distance, 1:17.731. He will stay in third spot.
Exactement, Steve. Donc, nous avons un nouveau 3e meilleur temps de référence qui vient tout juste d'être inscrit par le coureur de la République tchèque, Ivo Koblaza, avec un chrono de 1 minute 17 et 73 centièmes. Maintenant, en préparation, donc, pour le départ, un coureur qu'on va surveiller de la Belgique, Ewout Vrooman, un coureur qui a fait hier une poursuite exceptionnelle, qui a établi un nouveau record du monde, nouveau champion du monde, aussi avec ce maillot pour la poursuite individuelle. So right now, Steve, we are having a good rider on the starting gate from Belgium.
Indeed we do. Edward Vrooman from Belgium will be the next rider we see on the start line. He was the winner of the gold medal in the pursuit yesterday. And it's a good start for Vrooman. He tends to use a big gear, and since he does opt for just the one-legged cycling, owing to the full amputation on the right side, it takes him a while to get the bike up to speed, and there you can see that he's only out 7th, but kind of disregard that early time. Once he gets the bike up to speed, he really gets this thing rocking and rolling.
Yes, and he was really moving up and down his upper body to really push the bike into the fastest speed as possible. And as you mentioned, now he's trying to picking up the speed, and it's only 4 laps to go as compared to yesterday's pursuit where it was 12 laps. So he has to be quick right from the start. And here he is with the 4th best time right now.
He's gradually picking up speed. Don't forget yesterday when he won that gold medal in the pursuit, he set a world record, a pending world record in that race, 3:36.322. So Vrooman is on great form here.
Yes, he's coming back. He's now the 2nd fastest time. And Steve, he made it for the last few meters.
He did. He just kept getting faster and faster and faster, and he will move into first spot, and that is something he was hoping to do, and mission accomplished for Edward Vrooman from Belgium.
Et oui, Steve, donc Ewout Vrooman de la Belgique, vraiment très rapide. Il est en grande forme, champion du monde de la poursuite individuelle hier, a établi le record du monde. Et là, le voici qui vient d'inscrire le meilleur temps au tableau avec un chrono de 1 minute 16 secondes et 11 centièmes. Darren Hicks de l'Australie, toujours au 2e rang, et Chris Burns de l'Irlande au 3e rang.
So Vrooman, Hicks, and Burns are now 1, 2, 3 provisionally at this stage, with still a number of riders to go. Next rider who we will see take on the 1 kilo challenge here from the Russian Federation. He's just getting set up right down now at the start line. Arslan Gilmutnov. Final adjustments of the ever so critical pedal and shoe interface, as we've seen. We've had some issues with riders pulling away from that start line. Gilmudenov now pulling away from the start line.
Yeah, great start for the Russian rider right now. As you can see on his right legs is pedaling his toe towards the ground. That's his style, and is going really fast right now. The Russian rider, 2.5 laps to go, already in the second fastest time.
Yeah, toe down and toed in a little bit there. You can see that from the head-on shot. A little unorthodox, but it works for him.
Yep.
We're not going to question it. We're just noticing it. And there he is down the back straightaway. Another great shot at head-on. He's currently in second spot, as you can see there. And now the bell sounds. And now he's moved into first spot. So Gilmudenov has a good one going here, Audrey.
Exactement, Steve. Donc, il a pris la pole position avec un tour à faire. So the last few meters is still in the lead, but it is going to be tight at the end, Steve, with a couple more riders to go. Here is the Russian rider.
Gilmudenov at the finish line, and when he slipped back a spot over that final lap, that was a little bit unfortunate. He looked really good with a lap to go, but he will now take over the number 2 position. Deuxième place pour Gilmudenov.
Exactement, Steve. Alors, le coureur de la Russie, deuxième meilleur temps derrière Wout Vroomen de la Belgique. Et comme mon collègue l'a mentionné, il était le meneur jusqu'au tout dernier mètre. Il a perdu quelques centièmes de seconde. Et le voilà qui a été rétrogradé au deuxième rang. Mais encore une très belle performance.
So a quick summary. Again, Vroomen from Belgium in first. Gilmudenov on account of that great ride that you just saw. He will go into second. And Darren Hicks still hanging on to third spot from Australia. Now back to the start line. And the next rider we will see getting ready to get onto his bike from Japan. And the host country for the Paralympic Games coming up later on this year with a start in late August and running into early September. Shota Kawamoto. And Kawamoto, a little hand clap and huff and a puff, and he's ready to go. And once again with the full amputee riders and riding with just one leg. This is maybe the hardest part of the whole race, Audrey, getting the bike up to speed and then settling into the aero position.
Yes, because you are starting in the standing start. You are at 0 km/h, and what you want is go at 40 km/h in the quickest way as possible. And the average speed for the kilo right now is 47 km/h, which is pretty fast, let me tell you. And right now, the Japanese rider, Shota Kawamoto, is doing a great job and is now into the lead, Steve.
He is doing a great ride here. He's going to hear the bell here. This is a phenomenal effort from Shota Kawamoto.
And the Japanese riders are building up their team for Tokyo. So now we're going to see them becoming stronger and stronger as we approach the Paralympic Games.
Kawamoto coming up to the line. There it is. He's going to take over that number 1 spot. A great ride from him. 1:14.020. He is happy with that. Fist pumping down the back straightaway. He goes. He's looking right at the clock. He can see that he has taken over première place.
Exactement, Steve. Donc, le coureur japonais Shota Kawamoto inscrit le meilleur temps de référence. Présentement, il est très heureux. 1 minute 14 et 2 centièmes. Tout juste devant le coureur de la Belgique, Evut Vroman, et de la Russie, Arslan Gilmutidnov. Alors, très belle performance du coureur japonais. Et bien entendu, les Jeux paralympiques qui seront à Tokyo. Les coureurs japonais qui sont en train de travailler leurs entraînements pour arriver à l'apogée de leur forme pour ces Jeux qui seront à la maison.
So again, Kawamoto in first, Vermont in second, Gilmudnov now in third. Provisionally, still have some classy and talented and fast riders to go, and the next one we will see on the track from this very strong contingent from the People's Republic of China, Liang Guihui, will be settling in momentarily. And again, another full amputee rider, one leg to push, only to push. And those who ride a stationary bike at home, I would suggest you try doing this. Put the bike in a really big gear and just try getting your bike up to speed on your home indoor trainer with one leg, and you'll understand what we're talking about in terms of the challenge that these athletes face. Liang Guihui out to a reasonably good start, a little bit slower. He won the bronze medal yesterday in the 3K pursuit for the C2 men.
Yeah, and last year at the 500-meter time trial, he was a silver medalist. At the kilo. So that's what the information I wanted to give. So last year in the kilo, he was the silver medalist. So he's looking great right now. I think he's gonna be faster and faster as the lap goes. Now going up to the third virtual spot.
He's a bit like Edward Vermont was, getting faster and faster every lap, and that's what we're seeing with Li Guihui now. Coming up to the timeline here, what is it going to be? He's going to end up in second here in the kilo.
Ah oui, belle performance du coureur de la Chine. Deuxième meilleur temps présentement. Et il reste encore 4 coureurs qui prendront le départ et des coureurs extrêmement expérimentés dans la discipline. L'année dernière, le coureur de la Chine avait terminé au 2e rang sur cette épreuve du kilo. Et présentement en préparation pour le départ, Alexandre Lauté, le coureur français, hier. Du monde de la France qui a un futur extrêmement beau devant lui.
Oui, c'est ça, Audrey. It is Alexander Lut who will next take to the start line from France. And Lut was the winner of the silver medal in the 3-kilometer pursuit yesterday. What a great finale we have with these final 5 riders. These are the most talented, fittest, and fastest riders still to come, including Tristan Chernov from Canada. And Lut is away well from the start line.
So he's very strong in this type of event, as he was a silver medalist earlier this season at the Track Para Manchester event. So it was all the same rider into this event that are there today. So Alexandre Lauté can be a really fast time here in the kilo.
Lauté settles into the arrow position down the back straightaway, building up the speed. He's currently sitting in second spot. And really starting to ramp it up now here at midway through.
Yes, he's got the fastest time right now. And look at his technique. Is really powerful, stable in the upper body, and he's using every push to get as much as power as possible. And now it is very fast right now, Steve, the French rider.
Almost up to 50 kilometers an hour as he's deep into the final lap and coming up to the timing line and the time checkpoint shortly. Here he is. We'll come up, we'll check it. And yes, we have a new leader and a world record just set right before your eyes here by Alexandre Lioute, 1:11.373, Audrey.
Alors, mesdames, messieurs, incroyable! Nous avons un nouveau record du monde de la part du jeune coureur de 19 ans de la France, Alexandre Lioute. Alors, avec un chrono de 1 minute, 11 secondes et 37 centièmes. Quelle performance de la part du jeune coureur de la France. Médaillé d'argent hier à la poursuite individuelle. Le voici maintenant en tête du kilo.
Oh la la, what a great final four riders we're going to have. The finale is fantastic here. Alexandre Lioute has thrown the gauntlet down with a pending world record, and we still have 4 riders to go and 4 of the fastest and most favored riders in this particular event, the C2 kilo for the men.
Exactly, Steve. It's going to be really tight, and we're going to see great things as now the best rider are coming. But what Alexandre just did, it's amazing. This world record is going to be hard to beat.
So the next rider who will take on this massive challenge that Alexandre Lioute has just thrown down in front of everyone will be Matthew Robertson from Great Britain. There he is. He's settling in right now.
And as I said for Alexandre, he was a silver medalist at the Para Track Manchester earlier this season on the kilo. So he was beaten by one person, and that was Matthew Robertson from Great Britain, the guy that you're seeing right now on the standing gate.
Robertson's ready, coaches are ready, starters ready. We'll get him going momentarily. And it's a good start for the rider from Great Britain. And a customized front end for him owing to his particular disability. Starts off moderately into third spot.
Alors, présentement, donc, le coureur de la Grande-Bretagne, Matthew Robertson, qui a été le seul à réussir à devancer Alexandre Lioute à la Coupe du Monde à Manchester un peu plus tôt cette saison. Il avait remporté la médaille d'or alors qu'Alexandre Lioute avait remporté la médaille d'argent. Is he gonna be able to beat Alexandre Lioute one more time? Right now he's sitting in the third virtual spot, pushing the pedal. We can see the pain face right now on the Great Britain rider.
Well, it's hard to believe. He's probably thinking that himself. My goodness, I'm gonna have to break the world record to go faster than Alexandre Lioute. But it is close. Robertson is close and potentially on target for that.
Last few meters, Steve, is going to be so tight, but it's going to have to be faster than this.
No, it is not good enough. It's going to be third best of the riders so far for Great Britain's Matthew Robertson, 1:14.067.
Alors, pour le coureur de la Grande-Bretagne, Matthew Robertson, c'est le 3e meilleur temps qu'il inscrit au tableau. Et voici votre top 3. Alexandre Lioute de la France, toujours le meneur et qui a inscrit le nouveau record du monde. Shota Kawamoto du Japon. Donc, en 2e place. Et vraiment, comme j'ai mentionné un peu plus tôt, ce nouveau record du monde qui a été établi par le jeune coureur français Alexandre Lioute va être très difficile à battre. 3 coureurs à prendre le départ. 3 riders to go, Steve.
Quick summary of the top 3. Alexandre Lioute, owing to that phenomenal world record that he just did in first place. Shota Kawamoto in second, and Matthew Robertson from Great Britain in third place. And another of the Great Britain GBR riders taking to the track right now. 3 riders to go. Louis Rolfe settles in and gets ready for the final countdown for the start for his 1 kilo effort. The red flag comes down, and we're into the final countdown. Oh, and Rolf just timed that lunge and lean out from the starting gate extremely well, Audrey, making full advantage of the momentum of the throw at the gate.
Yes, exactly. And Louis Rolf was part of the Great Britain team when they won the team sprint in the World Championship in 2018. So he's a good starter, he's fast, and they can count on him. Right now, the third virtual time for the Great Britain rider.
Louis Rolf looks great. Taller, leaner rider, classic build for a pursuit individual time trial rider, but taking on the short 1 kilo effort here.
Alors, Louis Rolf de la Grande-Bretagne qui faisait partie de l'équipe du sprint par équipe et qui, lorsqu'ils ont gagné la médaille d'or au championnat du monde en 2018, c'est la preuve qu'il est très rapide. Il a eu un départ rapide. Last lap to go, and it's going to be, he wants to be in the top 3, that's for sure, now sitting in the second best spot.
He's in second. It's going to be close at the line. Can he get by Lute? No, he can't. He will end up in second. And that time is just under the previous official world record. But Alexander Lute already broke the world record earlier. So Rolf will go into second place, deuxième place pour Rolf.
Exactement, mon cher Steve. Donc, le top 3 présentement, Alexandre Lute de la France, Louis Rolf de la Grande-Bretagne et Shota Kawamoto du Japon, maintenant en préparation pour le départ. Évidemment, celui qu'on attendait, celui qui court devant sa foule, Tristan Chernov, qui a été plusieurs fois médaillé et champion paralympique. So, right now on the starting gate, Steve, it is Tristan Chernov.
That's right, Tristan Chernov, the hometown, home track favorite here. Second last rider to go. Disappointment for him in the individual pursuit, looking for redemption here in the 1 kilo time trial. And Chernov tends to use a bit of a bigger gear, pulling away from the start line a little bit more difficult for him, but he will quickly get the bike up to speed. Down the back straightaway he goes. That's a long stand. He's still up out of the saddle. Now he's settling in. Fourth here, but somewhat irrelevant on those opening laps. He's already up into third, Audrey.
Yes, and last year he was a bronze medalist at the kilo. Right now he's looking great. Third best spot as he's gonna have the information from his coach, Sébastien Travers. They have been working hard together. I'm pretty sure he's gonna bounce back here at this track world championship. Tristan Chernov now is on his way. And if he's continuing like that to increase his speed, he's gonna look good with 1.5 laps to go.
Well, Alexander Lute really played some head games with these riders. They're all probably thinking, my goodness, I'm going to have to break a world record to get into the #1 spot. But if anyone can do it, Tristan Chernov from Canada is one of those talented riders who could potentially do that.
He's coming back, Steve. He's coming back. It is going to be very tight at the finish line.
Oh, and he's just behind. And that is going to be under the previous world record. So a great ride by Tristan Chernov. He did everything he humanly could, broke the previous world record, but still not good enough to get past that sensational ride from the Frenchman Alexander Lute.
Mesdames, Messieurs, applaudissez Tristan Chernov du Canada qui vient tout juste d'établir le deuxième meilleur temps de référence, tout juste derrière Alexandre Lute de la France. Et comme l'a mentionné mon collègue Steve, il est tout juste en dessous du record du monde qui avait été établi auparavant. Alors c'est très, très, très rapide aujourd'hui.
Congratulations, Tristan, silver medal, personal best time. How was it out there?
Oh, it was great out there. You know, I had a lot on my mind with not having the performance I needed yesterday. And, I'm definitely not, that's probably the only kilo I've ridden since Track Worlds last year. It's not something I focus on. But we know I do have decent speed and try to apply it as best I can. We were talking before, do I try an actual kilo gear or just do it on the pursuit gear? So it feels great to hit a PB and just relax into it a little more today. And yeah, found myself a little bit, and I hope to work my way from a deficit back up to the top of the Omnium by the end of the weekend. That's the goal.
What did you do in the last 24 hours to get ready and try to put aside what happened yesterday?
Well, after removing over 40 slivers from my back and buttocks and bandaging up and icing myself and just trying to put the injury from yesterday behind me, really it was just a matter of refocusing on finding the love and joy and remembering that I just love riding the bike and letting everything else go and just see what happens and just be glad to be here.
Tell us a little bit about the track. You know, world records after world records, a personal best. Is there something special about here in Milton?
What's special is just that the level in parasport, as you know, it just is exploding right now. And for years and years it was incremental gains over records like an able-bodied sport. But in the last quad, it's like every month the bar is just elevated 5 to 10% on every thing. It's just insane how quick the field is getting just so skilled and deep. I think what it represents is all the nations specializing a lot more. It used to be in paracycling, kind of everyone was an all-rounder, and that's still me. But most of these nations have specialists for each discipline, and that's where we see the times just dropping like rocks.
Well, congratulations. Get some rest and enjoy the moment. It's your medal on home soil. Congratulations, Tristan.
Thank you. It's not the jersey I was looking for, but I'm very pleased with my ride today. Thanks.
Good job, Tristan. Alors, Tristan qui remporte une médaille d'argent ici à ces championnats du monde au 1 km contre la montre. Un meilleur temps personnel qui est également sous la marque mondiale, la marque mondiale qui était établie avant ces championnats du monde-là. Le Français a abaissé la marque mondiale par une plus grande marge que Tristan. C'est lui on retrouvera sur la plus haute marge du podium. Seulement 19 ans, le Français. Alors, un athlète à surveiller pour les prochaines années. Mais bien heureux. Hier, Tristan, ça a été un peu plus difficile à la poursuite aux 3 km et il a même également tombé, chuté sur la piste. Alors, il est un peu courbaturé aujourd'hui en cette deuxième journée à ces championnats du monde, mais il est bien heureux et il est également très fier de voir à quel point le mouvement paralympique évolue et que les médailles sont de plus en plus difficiles à aller chercher. So stay tuned, more action here at the World Track and Field Championship, not track and field, track cycling championship, and we'll be back a little later today with more action.
the firm's doing without its fearless leader. You sure you want to leave that all behind?
Success never settles. The redesigned RX series. Brave reinvention crafted by Lexus.
Steam Whistle Premium Pale Ale. One great beer leads to another.
Ladies and gentlemen, the medal ceremony for the 2020 UCI Para Cycling Track World Championships Women's 500
Steam Whistle Premium Pale Ale. One great beer leads to another.
I wonder how the firm's doing without its fearless leader. You sure you want to leave that all behind?
Success never settles. The redesigned RX series. Bravely and crafted by Lexus.
In paracycling, we have the C category. That's a category that has a bike very similar to what you'll see able-bodied athletes competing with. Athletes with cerebral palsy or athletes with amputation would compete in that category. Their bicycle might have anything from very minor modifications to very complex modifications in order to allow them to perform on that piece of equipment.
My name is Tristan Cherneau. I guess I look at my life in three pieces that I try to make one picture with. I'm owner of an airport management company, Elevator Airport, husband and father of two lovely girls, and my current deepest passion is cycling. I've always loved cycling, but it's not been a part of competitive career until the hereditary neuropathy of called Charcot-Marie Tooth really started dramatically changing my life. I just made a decision. I was gonna the use of my legs. I was gonna make them as strong as I could to be falling from the highest peak possible. I didn't know anything about Paris. I just started cycling more and more into racing, eating a lot, had talent for it. It's one thing I can do when I feel fluid and effective. With the disability I had, let go of my creativity, the way I just sort of moved through the world day to day. Can't say it was easy to think of myself as being put in a separate first, but then the community and saw the success story that has shown me around every challenge and every corner that I'm on the right path.